This May 23rd, 2024 regular meeting of the Fairfax County School Board will now come to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence and the performance of the National Anthem by the Sangster Elementary School 6th grade advanced class under the direction of Jessica Kusterman and Diana Cho.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Here, another round of applause for our incredibly talented students. Agenda item 2.02, announcements. Ms. St. John Cunning has submitted a written request to attend this evening's meeting virtually due to a medical conflict. All in favor of approving Ms. St. John Cunning's request? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. McDaniel, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Mr. Moon, and myself. That's unanimous for all those present. Ms. St. John Cunning, would you like to test your microphone? We're still working on a connection. All right, we'll test her when she's connected. All right. If you would like to review a copy of the agenda and any agenda item that is being discussed tonight, that information may be found at the back of the auditorium or on the website at fcps.edu/schoolboard/board-docs. Tonight's meeting is being broadcast on Channel 99 and live streamed on the website at fcps.edu/tv/ch99. This is a reminder that the school board will no longer make remarks about proclamations when it is presented for the board vote. They may choose to make remarks during board matters. Agenda item 2.03, Chuck Fanshaw Appreciation Proclamation. I call on Ms. Marin for a proclamation.
Whereas Charles Chuck Fanshaw has exemplified outstanding leadership and dedication throughout his tenure in Fairfax County Public Schools, leaving an enduring mark on FCPS. And whereas during his career of over 40 years, Mr. Fanshaw provided senior leadership to military and civilian operations and facilities, engineering and administrative services, including at Gwinnett County Public Schools, George Mason University, and the United States Mission to NATO. And whereas Mr. Fanshaw was appointed Chief Operating Officer in July 2023, after serving as the Interim Assistant Superintendent for Facilities and Transportation Services since August 2022. And whereas during his tenure here at Fairfax County Public Schools, utilizing the single-thread leadership theory, Mr. Fanshaw prioritized the reorganization of the Department of Facilities and Transportation Services, FTS, which led to the division of FTS into 3 departments: operations, facilities, services, and capital programs, and safety and security. With each department now led by its own chief, this has enabled a much deeper dive by each chief into the many complex issues concerning the three resulting departments, and ultimately improved delivery of services for the benefits of students and families, as well as faculty and staff. And whereas Mr. Fanshaw played a significant role in the recruitment of 2 new members of the senior leadership team, Andy Muick, Chief Operating Officer, and Janice Szymanski, Chief of Services and Capital Programs. And whereas since 2021, Mr. Fanshaw has served on FCPS's Facilities Planning Advisory Council, or FPAC, which advises the school board on the development of strategic, comprehensive, and long-term plans for educational and educational support facilities. And whereas Mr. Fanshaw served FCPS with distinction and retired on December 15, 2023. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board extends its highest commendation and deepest appreciation to Chuck Fanshaw for his outstanding and unwavering service to Fairfax County Public Schools and to the students and residents of this community.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Anderson. I will now call for a vote. All those in favor? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. McDaniel, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Mr. Moon, and myself. That is unanimous for all those in attendance. Agenda item 2.04, Dr. Sherry Agnew Scott, Appreciation Proclamation. I call on Ms. Sizemore-Heiser for a proclamation.
Whereas Dr. Sherry Agnew Scott has exemplified outstanding leadership and dedication throughout her esteemed tenure as Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources in Fairfax County Public Schools, FCPS, leaving an indelible mark on FCPS, and whereas Dr. Agnew Scott has 11 years of high-level human resources experience, including serving as the Director of Human Resources with the Chesapeake, Virginia Public Schools, in addition to previous experience as both a school administrator and classroom teacher. And whereas, during her tenure with Fairfax County Public Schools, Dr. Agnew Scott accelerated departmental development and improvement by establishing processes and standard operating procedures, establishing expectations for continual professional development, and updating numerous outdated or misaligned regulations to align with the Code of Virginia, Virginia Retirement System, and Virginia Department of Education rules. Dr. Agnew Scott's leadership resulted in the Department of Human Resources regularly engaging in data-focused decision-making, with every office maintaining baseline key performance indicators to leverage insights to drive results. And whereas, under Dr. Agnew Scott's leadership, the Department of Human Resources identified and implemented innovative strategies to improve internal processes and create customer-centered solutions, and is well positioned to implement the new Human Capital Management System and other related projects. And whereas, a graduate of James Madison University, Dr. Agnew Scott earned her Master of Science in Education Leadership from Old Dominion University and her doctorate in Educational Leadership from the University of Phoenix. And whereas, Dr. Agnew Scott served 2 terms on the Advisory Board on Teacher Education and Licensure, ABTEL, for the Virginia Department of Education. And whereas Dr. Agnew Scott was named to the position of Chief Human Resources Officer for Norfolk Public Schools in April 2024, and has recently ended her tenure with Fairfax County Public Schools. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board extends its highest commendation and deepest appreciation to Dr. Sherry Agnew Scott for her outstanding and unwavering service to Fairfax County Public Schools and to the students and citizens of this community.
Thank you, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. McDaniel, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Mr. Moon, and myself. That is unanimous for all those in attendance. The motion passes. Agenda item 2.05, Dr. Grace Taylor Appreciation Proclamation. I call on Dr. Anderson for the proclamation.
Whereas Dr. Grace Taylor exemplified outstanding leadership and dedication throughout her 11 years of service to Fairfax County Public Schools, leaving an enduring mark on FCPS. And whereas Dr. Taylor began her illustrious instructional career as a social studies teacher, assistant principal, and principal in DeKalb County, Georgia, and served as principal with the Boulder Valley School District in Colorado and Alexandria City Public Schools, and received the Distinguished Educational Leadership Award by the Washington Post. And whereas Dr. Taylor joined Fairfax County Public Schools in 2013 as the Cluster 5 Director and was later selected as the Executive Principal for Region 3. As Executive Principal, she supported 29 schools by providing principals with support, guidance, and coaching. Dr. Taylor worked closely with assistant principals and school-based administrators in the region by facilitating professional development throughout the school year. She spearheaded the development of assistant principals through a robust program that empowered leaders to share best practices in an effort to close achievement gaps and increase the graduation rate of students in Region 3. And whereas Dr. Taylor served as interim assistant superintendent for Region 3 from December 2021 to December 2023, leading student achievement, assessment, hiring of principals, and promoting positive, capable, and diverse school leadership in the Edison, Hayfield, Lewis, Mount Vernon, and West Potomac pyramids. She invested in leadership development of aspiring principals in her region, hiring many Region 3 administrators as principals. The fierce pride in Region 3 that is evident in teachers, staff, and leaders who work there can be attributed in large part to Dr. Taylor. And whereas Dr. Taylor was a staunch supporter and advocate for military-connected families, during her tenure, she challenged Region 3 schools to seek the Purple Star designation, leading to a significant increase of Region 3 schools being awarded this designation. And whereas Dr. Taylor relentlessly pursued excellence for students by maintaining a focus on high-quality collaborative teams focused on strong Tier 1 instruction, finding opportunities to incorporate the student voice, and creating a caring culture for all. She cares deeply about those she leads and serves, prioritizes personal outreach to both staff and families to foster collaboration, and forges partnerships in the pursuit of enhancing student achievement and development. And whereas Dr. Taylor earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in history from Emory University in Atlanta, a Master of Education and Specialist in Education degrees in Educational Leadership from Georgia State University, and her doctorate in Educational Leadership and Policy Studies from Virginia Tech. And whereas Dr. Taylor was named to the position of Chief of Staff for Alexandria City Public Schools in December of 2023 and ended her tenure with Fairfax County Public Schools. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fairfax County School Board extends its highest commendation and deepest appreciation to Dr. Grace Taylor for her outstanding and unwavering service to Fairfax County Public Schools and to the residents of this community and its students.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. McDaniel, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Mr. Moon, and myself. That is unanimous for all board members present. The motion passes. Agenda item 2.06, Mark Greenfelder Appreciation Proclamation. I call on Mr. Moon for a proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Whereas Mark Greenfelder exemplified outstanding leadership and remarkable dedication throughout his tenure in Fairfax County Public Schools, FCPS, leaving an indelible mark on FCPS. And whereas Mr. Greenfelder began his instructional career in FCPS in 1992 as a classroom teacher at Mount Vernon Woods Elementary School, Cameron Elementary School, Garfield Elementary School, and Washington Irving Middle School, where he was a former student. He then served in school administrator roles at Greenbrier East Elementary School, and Robinson Secondary School. And whereas Mr. Greenfelder served as principal of Thoreau Middle School for 8 years. During his tenure at Thoreau Middle School, he was recognized by the Fairfax County Federation of Teachers in 2008 as a top-rated principal, recognized in 2009 by the Minority Student Achievement Oversight Committee for outstanding performance in closing achievement gaps in FCPS, and led Thoreau Middle School to receive the Governor's Award for Educational Excellence in 2008, 2009, 2010, and 2011. And whereas Mr. Greenfelder went on to be the first ever alumni from West Springfield High School to serve as its principal. And whereas in 2014, Mr. Greenfelder was named executive principal for school improvement. In this role, he developed and implemented the framework for a new comprehensive school improvement model called Project Momentum, which had outstanding success in closing gaps and ensuring schools met VDOE state accreditation standards. And whereas in 2016, Mr. Greenfelder was named Executive Director of the Office of School Support to facilitate division-wide school improvement strategies and resources. Under his leadership, FCPS was the first school division in the Commonwealth that was allowed to conduct its own school improvement academic reviews. And whereas in 2020, Mr. Greenfelder was named the first Assistant Superintendent for the Department of School Improvement and Supports, a new department that provided division-wide support and excellence in the areas of school support, assessment and reporting, student activities and athletics, and non-traditional schools. Additionally, Mr. Greenfelder helped lead the division through the COVID-19 pandemic, helping to create virtual supports and alternative pathways for students to receive academic support. Under his leadership, FCPS led Virginia in allowing students to participate and compete in a variety of athletic contests and activities safely. And whereas Mr. Greenfelder graduated from West Springfield High School in 1987, Virginia Tech with a Bachelor of Science in Education, earned the Master of Education in Education Leadership from George Mason University, and served FCPS with distinction before retiring on November 30th, 2023. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Fairfax County School Board extends its highest commendation and deepest appreciations to Mark Greenfelder for his outstanding and unwavering service to Fairfax County Public Schools and to the students and residents of this community.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. McDaniel, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Mr. Moon, and myself. That is unanimous for all board members present. The motion passes. I would like to welcome back Mark Greenfelder and invite all those in support of the Mark Greenfelder Appreciation Proclamation to please join the board for a photo at the front of the dais. After the photo, the guests and staff will depart the dais, and we'll go from there.
I would like to welcome back Dr. Grace Taylor and invite all those in support of the Grace Taylor Appreciation Proclamation to please join the board for a photo at the front of the dais. I would like to welcome back Dr. Sherry Agnew Scott and invite all of those in support of the Sherry Agnew Scott Appreciation Proclamation to please join the board for a photo at the front of the dais. I would like to welcome back Chuck Fanshaw and invite all those in support of the Chuck Fanshaw Appreciation Proclamation to please join the board for a photo at the front of the dais.
We've been here so long that we know the retirees.
Gosh, well, yeah.
I'm so glad I got to read Chuck.
All right. We'll pick things back up. Agenda item 3.01, community participation. The next order of business is community participation. We welcome all community members who are here and those who signed up to speak this evening. Additional information about signing up to provide comments at school board regular business meetings and public hearings can be found on the school board website. During the sign-up process, community members acknowledged they were informed of the school board's expectations for proper decorum when providing comments. These expectations are also available online and with the printed agenda and meeting materials in the back of the room. We ask audience members to be respectful of one another. Shouting and outbursts will not be tolerated. Please hold your applause until the conclusion of a speaker's remarks. Audience members may not join speakers at the podium and should remain at their seats, including when recording video or taking photos. We are grateful to have those who have come to speak to us today, and thank you for your cooperation. School board members will be listening but not responding. Madam Clerk, please call the first speaker.
Yoshiko Mori.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Yoshiko Mori, and I am a professor of the Georgetown University, and I'm also serves as the president of American Association of Teachers of Japanese. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the AATJ officers, board members, and board of directors and members in support of the Japanese program at Thomas Jefferson High School for the Science Technology, and the TJ hereafter, renowned for its STEM-focused curriculum, which we recently learned is under consideration for the elimination. This statement strongly supports the students, parents, and Ms. Fumiko Kuriki, a highly qualified, dedicated Japanese language teacher, along with all the supporters of the Japanese program at TJ. We earnestly request a reconsideration of the decision to terminate the outstanding and esteemed Japanese language program. And the Japanese language serves as a gateway to Asia, a region with significant business ties to the Washington metropolitan area. Designated as one of the 14 critical languages by the US Department of the State, proficiency in Japanese is highly valued across various sectors, including government, defense, intelligence, and private and non-profit organizations. And the recent events, such as high-level governmental meetings between the US and Japan in DC last year, and then the Prime Minister Kishida's visit to the United States this spring, underscores the importance of the language education and the US-Japan cooperation in the STEM field in fostering the bilateral relations. The Japanese program at TJ has been an exemplary model.
Thank you. You can provide your comments to the clerk and she'll share them with the board. Your time is up. Thank you. Ma'am, you can give your written remarks to the clerk and she'll share them with the board if you like, but your time is up. Thank you very much.
Chair Frisch, that was our last public speaker.
Thank you. Agenda item 4.01, Student Representative Matters. I call on Ms. Kareem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everybody. Tonight, I would like to share why I ran for student representative. While many perceive this role as a platform for student voice, and it certainly is, given that our choices have a direct impact on students, I view it as an opportunity for student empowerment. This means not just hearing what students have to say, but also acting on their input. Throughout my involvement in various student organizations, from SEALs to SIC and numerous clubs, I've experienced firsthand the focus on student voice in discussions with stakeholders. However, there's often a gap when it comes to actual empowerment following those conversations. Recently, students from the Woodson baseball team have been actively voicing their need for change. And as stakeholders, it's our responsibility to empower those students by promptly responding to their advocacy. Although changes can't occur overnight, it's crucial to maintain ongoing dialogues, support their continued advocacy, and commit to improving their situations. The reality is, repeatedly speaking up without seeing results can be incredibly demoralizing, especially for students. Moving on, I would like to address the topic of school security. During my term, I have had the opportunity to visit various elementary, middle, and high schools. One striking observation from these visits is the inconsistency in security measures across different schools. In some places, a simple ring of the bell grants entry, while others have a thorough check-in process. It's imperative that we standardize our approach to security, ensuring a robust check-in process at every school, regardless of its location. For example, at a recent SEALs meeting, as some of us entered the school building together, we were surprised to find that there was no check-in process. Several students were genuinely shocked at how freely we could walk in without any form of security screening. This experience highlighted a significant concern about the lack of consistent security measures in place. Regarding school security, I also want to talk about another significant issue that came up during a recent discussion: vaping and substance abuse in schools. While FCPS has a robust multi-tiered system of support, also known as MTSS, to tackle substance misuse, the problem persists. Students frequently report incidents of their peers vaping together in bathroom stalls, leading to the closure of some bathrooms and forcing students to walk across the school to find an open one, a concern I've heard repeatedly throughout the school year. In light of these ongoing issues, I've recently learned about a valuable resource that hasn't been widely discussed among students: the FCPS Safety Tip Line. This confidential and anonymous tip line is a tool for students, parents, staff, and other community members to report safety concerns. I've just discovered the tip line, and though I don't have specific data on its use, I believe it needs to be more widely advertised among the student body. Its anonymity makes it a particularly appealing option for students who might otherwise be hesitant to come forward. To increase its visibility and use, we should consider placing more signs in school bathrooms and around school campuses. And beyond that, something more likely making students use it is adding it as bookmarks on school-issued laptops and adding it to the FCPS digital app that is currently being worked on, as students would be more likely to see it on their devices rather than a poster. This would help promote the resource to ensure that more students are aware of it and can utilize it effectively. Moving on, I understand that there is a recent discussion around the use of phones in schools, and I've had the opportunity to converse with several students on this matter, and a recurring theme is their desire for adults to trust them. As a student, I find it empowering when an adult entrusts me to exercise self-control. This could begin with simple actions such as placing the phone face down at the corner of your desk during each class or placing it in a designated phone jail. However, I believe that a total ban might not be beneficial for students, as it could potentially impact our self-esteem. Indeed, phones can be a significant distraction, but the solution might lie in teaching students self-control. Although challenging, it's not an impossible task. After all, there was a time where humans lived without phones, so it's certainly feasible. We just need to demonstrate how it can be done and provide them with useful tips. As of 2020, 77% of U.S. schools moved to ban cell phones for non-academic purposes. However, 73% of K-12 teachers in the U.S. reported that they and their students use smartphones in the classroom to complete assignments. Moreover, 95% of students bring their phones to class every day, and 92% of them use them to text in class. Research has shown mixed results on the impact of phone bans in school. Some studies found a slight improvement in academic achievement when phones were banned in schools. However, other studies reported more harm to students' mental health and well-being when they were subjected to phone bans. It's clear that the issue is complex and requires a balanced approach. Perhaps instead of outright bans, we could explore strategies that promote self-regulation. For instance, having the teacher ask the question, "Do you think this is the best time to check your phone?" when the student checks their phone. This approach encourages students to reflect on their phone usage and make conscious decisions, thereby fostering that self-control. Ultimately, the goal should be to guide students to develop a clear understanding of their cell phone use. Lastly, I would like to touch on the AVID program in FCPS. Although this program is not available in every school, its impact on students who do have access is profound. At a recent student meeting, a first-generation student shared her experience with AVID, explaining how it enabled her to apply to 20 colleges for free, provided her with guidance starting from freshman year, and taught her the intricacies of the Common App. However, during this meeting, another first-generation student from a different school expressed surprise and regret that AVID wasn't available at her school. She was unaware of the application processes and wished she had similar support. It is currently only offered at 14 high schools, but what about the students at the schools that don't necessarily have resources like AVID? How well are they navigating this complex process? This need for guidance has been a reoccurring theme in our SEALS student group. Many SEALs have taken it upon themselves to assist their peers through the college application process due to the limited resources available at their school. While career specialists are extremely valuable, there are often just one person managing the needs of hundreds of students. This highlights the need for broader access to programs like AVID that can provide essential guidance and support to more students, ensuring they have the tools necessary to navigate their educational journeys effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kareem. Agenda item 5.01, action item financial year 2025 approved budget. I call on Dr. Anderson for a motion.
Thank you. I apologize, could not locate my script. I move that the school board adopt the FY 2025 approved budget as modified by the adjustments detailed in the agenda item.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. McDaniel. Dr. Anderson, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. Firstly, I would like to thank the staff, the superintendent, and the budget team for their work on this year's budget. Ms. Burden in particular and Ms. Widgeon and their team, thank you for the work that you've put forward to get us to this space. The approval of a budget always elicits strong reactions and emotions because, as has been said, and I know we all strongly believe and we've articulated multiple times over, our budget reflects our values. The things that are important to an enterprise should be reflected in its budget. This year has been no different. We must acknowledge the disappointment with this budget for this board, its first budget of its tenure, as our full request has not been granted. Additional delays from not having an approved budget from the governor cause additional chaos for us here. I do wish to thank our board members who engaged in this budget work and worked hard to find ways to identify how we will reflect our values in this budget. Much of that advocacy will be illustrated in the upcoming amendments and follow-on motions. Earlier this year, our board passed a robust budget resolution to communicate to the superintendent the board's priorities, which included the development of a student-focused, equitable, and needs-based proposed budget for this year aligned to the division's strategic plan and inclusive of the board's priorities to focus on FCPS workforce recruitment and retention, to include competitive compensation with consideration for differentiated pay for hard-to-fill positions, such as teachers in Title I schools and special education teachers, to focus on student academic success and access to enrichment and mental health supports and the closing of achievement gaps, to focus on school safety and security, to focus on maintaining or lowering class sizes and accelerating expansion of preschool options, including inclusive preschool offerings, and lastly, to focus on increasing universal breakfast and lunch opportunities and reducing the school meal debt. We also passed a follow-on motion that required the superintendent to focus and to provide, rather, recommendations detailing scope, sequence, and timeline for a comprehensive review and cyclical efficiency review aligned to the strategic plan of all division programs. I raise this because this work is going to be integral to how our budget is viewed in the next few years, because we expect for that information to inform how we reflect our values in this year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Mr. McDaniel, would you like to speak to your second?
I will. Dr. Anderson captured a lot of my thoughts. Budget is probably, I would say, one of, if not the most important things that we do in local government. it's always a delicate balance between competing needs because there are not unlimited resources. And in Virginia in particular, school boards are not allowed to raise their own revenue, so there's another layer of complication to that that has to be dealt with. But the reason I'm happy to second this and will be supporting this letter, I wanted to read an excerpt from a letter that really captures this better than I can say it. And it's a letter that was sent to me and the rest of this board from our teachers associations, the FEA and the FCFT, where they expressed their support for this. They say, and I'm paraphrasing here, they believe this approach is essential for maintaining unity and morale among our dedicated staff. By remaining steadfast and united, we can continue to provide the best possible education for our students, maintain a positive, collaborative work environment for all staff members. I trust our teachers associations. I trust the folks that have made this budget. I trust our superintendent. And I fully recognize that as one of 12, I don't always get what I want. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Is this budget everything that I want? No, but it's also not everything that everybody else wants. That's life. And I'm happy to support it. I'd like to thank all the public that gave input, our teachers associations that gave input, and all of my colleagues and staff for all their support in this very interesting, long, deliberative budget cycle that we've had. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDaniel. Ms. Anderson.
Starting my time on the board under the current budget constraints has certainly been a learning process. We have a lot to talk about tonight, so I'm going to keep this short and will likely not speak specifically to the other amendments or motions that are going to happen. As I said at the work session on Tuesday, I'm grateful that this budget moves our staff to a 4% increase. However, I am reluctant to do anything that may divide our staff or obligate money that we aren't sure we're going to be able to have available to us next year. I also strongly believe that while our board will provide feedback to the superintendent about our priorities, we should not make plans that stretch our year-end dollars without the opportunity to review the recommendations from staff. Finally, I'm extremely concerned about the sheer volume of work represented by the follow-on motions tonight. Time is one of our most precious resources, and if our staff are working on these issues, there are other priorities that may not be able to be met. Some of the questions included here were already asked during the CIP process, and the board needs time to consider action on the responses we've already received. I've read through each amendment and follow-on motion proposed carefully, and I will be making my decisions this evening with all that in mind. So thank you to my colleagues for your advocacy.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. See no other hands. I will call on Mr. Dunn for an amendment.
Thank you. I move that the school board adopt the FY25 approved budget as detailed in the FY25 advertised budget, modified by the adjustments included in the agenda item. A, eliminating the 4% across the board salary increase, $114 million. B, eliminating $1.9 million in contractual increases. C, providing a 5% targeted salary increase for FCPS employees on the teacher pay scales, classroom instructional support pay scale, unified scale Schedule A, and unified scale Schedule H, for a total of $115.9 million. And D, prioritizing the use of $1.9 million in year-end funding for contractual increases.
Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Anderson. Mr. Dunn, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, I would. I believe that we have a sacred responsibility as elected officials to listen to the voices of our constituents, to listen to the voices of FCPS employees. And the voices I have heard, and I've met with many people across my district and many across the county, have been unanimous that the money we have received from the county, which includes $165 million, the largest budget increase by the county in over 10 years, should go to teachers and support staff. Every bit of data we have in responses to budget questions asked by school board members and supervisors indicates that central office administrators and administrative staff are paid at or above market for almost every stage of their career. We also know from the Wavy study that teachers and support staff are paid well below market, in some cases tens of thousands of dollars below market at different stages of their career. So we have a very simple choice. Do we pay people who are already at or above market more money? Or do we take the money and focus it on those who are underpaid and try to get them as close to market as possible? We call it differentiation, and we've heard people from the union, we've heard previous remarks by teachers and others that they want to be paid at market. That's a simple demand, and that's what I've heard consistently every day, and that's what all of my budget amendments seek to do. It is a fact that even if we achieved the 6% increase proposed by superintendent originally, that we would not be at the top of the market for all positions at all points in their careers. But it gets us closer. And I think we need to take every penny provided through increased property taxes and the increased funding provided by the state to address this critical issue. But in closing, I want to make sure that we remember that the state is underfunding us annually by $568.7 million. That's more than $500 million. And that comes on the backs of Fairfax County taxpayers every year because we're forced to rely on regressive property taxes instead of tapping into the wealth of Fairfax County through, for example, greater access to income taxes. But we have the system we have, and we have to work within it. And within those parameters, I'm advocating tonight, through this and other budget amendments, to put every dollar towards the people who are underpaid the most, the people who need it the most, and those are our teacher and support staff in our public schools.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Dr. Anderson, would you like to speak to your second?
Just very quickly, I think, and Mr. Dunn and I, we've spoken about this. I'm seconding these motions so we have the opportunity to have the conversation, because I know we all believe that we're in a tight place. No one is looking to offer division. But I think we're in a space where, given our limited resources, how do we reallocate them so that they continue to push forward the narratives and the focus that we have had since the budget season began? And so thank you to Mr. Dunn for doing this work and bringing this forward so we can engage in this conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will not be able to support this motion or even the next one. Mr. Dunn and I have had a chance to talk about this. Even though a differentiated compensation structure or plan has a certain merits, that is why I'll be supporting one of your budget amendments. However, having said that, not giving any pay raise at all while the inflation exceeds more than 30% is not something that I can support.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Seeing no other speakers, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the amendment on the screen, please raise your hand. Mr. Dunn. All those opposed? Ms. Sizemore-Heisler, Mr. McDaniel, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Mr. Moon, and myself. Will the clerk read the vote?
Ms. St. John Cunning is now on.
Oh, she is. Ms. St. John Cunning, can you verbalize your vote?
I'm
All right. Can the clerk read the vote?
That's 111. The motion fails.
Thank you. I call on Mr. Dunn for an amendment.
I move that the school board adopt the FY 2025 approved budget as detailed in the FY 2025 advertised budget, modified by the adjustments included in the agenda item. A, eliminating the 4% across-the-board salary increase, $114 million, and B, providing a two-step increase for FCPS employees on the teacher pay scales, classroom instructional support pay scale, Unified Scale Schedule A, and Unified Scale Schedule H, $112.9 million.
Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Anderson. Mr. Dunn, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes. Not to reiterate what I stated earlier, but we have pay scales that were developed not so long ago, within the past 10 years, through the use of outside consultants. we're not using those pay scales anymore. And I'm told that those pay scales are broken. Why we are continuing to deny our employees the opportunity to advance up those pay scales makes no sense. When I worked for the federal government, I was able to get a promotion. I was able to get grade promotions. I was able to get step increases without going to President Biden to ask permission. There should be no authorization required, no determination required by the school board in order for an employee to advance, to ascend up the pay scales. There's no rightly governed, well-governed organization on earth that follows such an approach. If we put pay scales in place, we should have terms and conditions, and it should only require meeting those terms and conditions with supervisor approval. This motion attempts to work within the scope of our existing pay scales to ensure that if we've established them, they should be used. If we're not going to use them, and we haven't for quite a long time, then we should get rid of them. And so I encourage the superintendent in particular, when she enters collective bargaining, to take a very creative and open conversation with the unions. Not my job, but certainly it is something that should be approached with an open mind, because we should not, as one of the largest school systems in the country, continue to rely on broken systems that don't adequately reward our employees and that require the school board to actually allow them to ascend. That is the first and fundamental principle of any good organizational governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Dr. Anderson, would you like to speak to your second?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Ms. Lady.
Thank you. While I appreciate the spirit and the thinking behind this, I just want to share that unfortunately, if we were to go with steps, there's people who would get very little, and there's people who would get a big chunk. We have people that are at the top of the scale who would not see any increase, and being at the top of the scale doesn't mean they're at market value and they can make a living wage in our area. It just depends on what scale we're looking at. I'm also concerned, and I do hope that at some point we might be able to look at this as a board with the reality that we had some people who moved into our system who had taught in other systems, but we capped their experience, I believe, at, I don't know at the time what it was, but we capped it. And then a few years later, we changed that cap to something else. And unless these people separate from us, they're never catching up. So they're down 5 steps from where they actually belong, or potentially even more. So for those reasons, I cannot support this motion.
Thank you, Ms. Lady. Mr. Dunn for a go back.
Thank you. I wanted to bring just for everyone's attention that when we compare ourselves to Prince William County, the maximum salary we're facing for teacher pay scales, we're facing almost a $30,000 discrepancy. At the mid-career level for an experienced teacher, it's almost a $15,000 discrepancy. All that data is publicly available on board docs, and I encourage all of you, if you're interested, to go look at it. We need to do more to be able to retain our most experienced teachers. Right now, our highest salaries when you compare to surrounding jurisdictions are at the very beginning of the career for people who don't have experience coming out of a master's program or coming out of a bachelor's. While I appreciate we need volume in a large school system, we also need experience. And we need that experience to stay here. So I hope that as the superintendent enters into collective bargaining negotiations, something is done with these pay scales to reward those who have the experience, to encourage them to stay. Certainly the EFRC drop program is good, but it's a drop in the bucket compared to what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Seeing no other speakers, we'll go to a vote for the amendment on the screen. All those in favor? Mr. Dunn. All those opposed? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. McDaniel, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Mr. Moon, Ms. St. John Cunning, and myself. Will the clerk read the vote?
It's 111. The motion fails.
Thank you. I call on Mr. Dunn for an amendment.
I move that the school board adopt the FY 2025 approved budget as detailed in the FY 2025 advertised budget, modified by the adjustments included in the agenda item. A, eliminating the 4% across-the-board salary increase for all FCPS employees, $114 million. B, providing a 3% across-the-board salary increase for all FCPS employees, $85.5 million. And C, providing FCPS employees on the teacher pay scales and classroom instructional support pay scale with an additional 1.454 salary increase, $28.5 million.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Is there a second? Mr. Moon.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Dunn, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. I'd like to note that we are entering into a period of collective bargaining where we will have at least 3 bargaining units. If you look at Fairfax County, which has multiple bargaining units as well, they have provided differentiated pay for every year of the last 10 years. So when we talk about let's keep everyone getting the same raise, that's not the reality of the county. In fact, that's not the reality of any unionized environment at any city or county government that I was able to find in the United States. The reality is every bargaining unit is looking out for itself, and that's what they're supposed to do. So we can look forward, going forward, that different bargaining units will get different pay raises. And at this time, for the reasons I've mentioned, we should be looking at the people who are the most underpaid. That includes people on the teacher's pay scale, which includes, based on the information provided by FCPS, all instructors under contract, regular classroom teachers, special education teachers, ESOL teachers, coaches, mentors, vocational education teachers, speech therapists, physical therapists, school counselors, librarians, homebound teachers under contract, music, physical education, and itinerant teachers. It also includes the classroom instructional support pay scale, which covers instructional assistants and public health attendants. These are the people based in the classroom, supporting the classroom, and they are vastly underpaid relative to surrounding jurisdictions. So this motion provides a 3% for everyone, which is in alignment with the state legislation, so everyone gets a pay increase just like they did last year with a 2% across the board, but there's an additional almost 1.5%. This costs the exact same as a 4%, but it provides a little bit more for those people who day in, day out are directly supporting the education of our students in various ways. So I ask for my colleagues to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Mr. Moon, would you like to speak to your second?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, as I stated earlier, that the first 2 amendments Mr. Dunn brought up, I was not able to support it because that did not provide a salary increase to a certain groups of employees. But this amendment, as you stated, that provides at least 3% increase for all employees, which was the proposal brought to us by the superintendent to us 2 weeks ago. Since then, General Assembly has given us a little more funding, and also a superintendent, in her own creative way, was able to bring in additional revenue by shifting certain expenditure items to the year end. So with that additional funding, I think at this juncture, with the challenges that we have in recruiting and retaining our teachers, I think we should be putting those additional resources to support our teachers and other instructional staff who work directly with our students. We all remember that, initially we are all hoping for 6% compensation increase for everybody, obviously including teachers, so that we can be more competitive in recruiting, especially for teachers and other instructional staff. And if I'm not mistaken, that Loudoun County is giving their teachers 6.5% increase next year, and Prince William County is a 6%. So we are falling further and further behind. So with that, it only makes sense to put in the additional money where the needs are the greatest. I know that we're not going to be able to raise all the way to 6% or 6.5%, but putting it as much, to teachers and other instructional staff as much as possible just makes sense to me. So I'm supporting your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. I too will be supporting this amendment because as I've talked about many times with Mr. Dunn, it should not be a space where we provide no raises or no adjustments for certain groups. Well, we do have to make those adjustments. Even if we go back to one of the very first budget presentations, pretty much all of the budget presentations, the charts that we have compared have been teachers, master scales, teachers, beginning scales. We did not provide any additional information for any other employee group outside of those two that I've just mentioned, because we wanted to increase our ability to be more competitive. And Mr. Moon just outlined it. In any little way that we can get a little bit closer to the narrative that we've had since the beginning of this budget season, I want to be able to support that. In addition, one of my hopes would have been, there's a lot of work that people are doing here on the board, trying to figure this out, trying to bring forward some sort of amendment that honors our commitment and that honors the narrative that we've been pushing forward since the start of this budget season within our more limited capabilities. I would have preferred, as we are offered in many other settings, where the superintendent or staff would provide multiple options for us to review with a recommendation of this is what I recommend, but these are other options. I'd like to see that happen in the budget setting as well, because we haven't had that. That would have been a good space where I think we would have had really, truly more robust conversation. I feel like we're piecemealing it a little bit. Everybody's doing the same legwork. I would like for us to see, I'd like to see us move towards that kind of budget plan when we are crunched, that we are provided with multiple options to review, and then as a board, we kind of wrestle with what is the best for us. Having one recommendation makes it really challenging to ensure that we are looking at other things that may exist beyond that recommendation. But for the reasons outlined by both Mr. Moon and Mr. Dunn, I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Dr. Reed, do you know if this includes bus drivers, family liaisons, custodial staff in the higher pay increase?
Are you referring to this amendment
Yes, this
specifically?
amendment, yes.
It looks like item C, looks like all employees are included in the 3%, but only the employees on the teacher pay scale and classroom instructional support pay scale would be included on the 1.41 or 54, which would not include bus drivers or custodians. That's correct.
I know there's been some conversation about central office versus teachers, but when I read this, one of my concerns is that some of our lowest paid employees are only getting the 3%, and I've heard many stories of how custodians make a huge difference for our students, the family liaisons make a huge difference for our students. So I'm just uncomfortable with some of our lowest paid employees who, while may not be in the classroom, make a huge impact in every day in our building for our students, are getting the lower 3%. I mean, putting aside the philosophical conversation about do we want to sort of create an atmosphere in our schools where some staff are getting paid more than others, and that's a philosophical conversation that I think we could have at a different day, but I, for this amendment, am uncomfortable significantly that some of our lowest paid staff are getting a lower paid percent increase. So that is one of the main reasons I'm not supporting this.
Thank you, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. Ms. St. John Cunning. Ms. St. John Cunning, can you hear us?
I'm sorry, I was having problems unmuting. So I also want to address the fact that this is really, we're in a position, not through no fault of our own, where we have the Solomon's Choice decision. And there are so many employees and so many staff, and I know that the intent of the original budget 6% was to compensate all staff because they are all valuable in their own way. This amendment also excludes office personnel that are critical to our to our schools. And I just want to address a misconception that seems to be out there about central office staff. Central office staff are critical in terms of supporting our teachers and students. Many central office staff come out to the schools and work in the schools for extended periods of time. I personally have had experiences where there's been a very troubled child, or not troubled, but challenging, or some challenging situations, and it's central office staff that comes out and supports either the student, sometimes the teacher, for extended periods of time. So they are also touching our students and our staff and supporting them. And when we talk in generalized terms about people, it seems as if the central office staff is not valuable. And I just wanted to really articulate that point because I know how much people that are in the trenches rely on that central office staff. Again, I will not support anything for differentiated payment right now, or pay scales, because I think every single employee is valuable and they all deserve at this point the pay increase at 4%. I wish it could be more, but this is where we're at through no fault of our own.
Thank you, Ms. St. John Cunningham. Mr. McElveen.
First of all, thank you to the maker of the motion and the seconder for the thought that's behind this, which I think is important and valid. So I'm grateful for your efforts here. Along the same line of questioning as Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, I do not want a situation where we're pitting people in schools against each other. So we asked about a couple classifications of folks. What about T-specs, SBITs? Would they be included in the additional?
I do not believe so. I don't believe so.
Okay, so that would be a situation in which, in the school environment, we're giving differentiated pay, and that's not something that I'd like to see. So again, I appreciate the intent behind this, but when you start to differentiate, it becomes very challenging, and you end up pitting people against each other. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. McElveen. Ms. Marin?
I want to start by saying that I appreciate all of our staff, from the people that work in our own school board office to the people that work in the front office at my children's school and everywhere in between in central office. I will not walk the superintendent's proposal backward from the 4% that she presented earlier this week. It was presented only days ago because of the repeat failure of the governor to deliver an on-time budget, which is literally the only job that is supposed to be done with certainty. That's happened every year of his tenure. And yes, I think more understanding needs to happen between and among staff working in different places. I have heard the idea of having job details, central office to schools, schools to central office, to not only understand one another's jobs, but to improve our instructional practices for students any way we can. But salary is emotional. This is people's livelihoods, and there's no way I will support walking back what has already been set forth on the table, which is a uniform 4% raise. I will entertain creativity in the appropriate place in the process when full information is available, and that wasn't the case in this situation due to the constraints placed on us by the state. So I think it's imperative that we keep mentioning that we are not the same as Prince William nor other surrounding counties that have been mentioned. We are chronically underfunded because we have old funding formulas that deny Fairfax County schools our state money. Just the 3% alone. The state says they're offering a 3% salary. They are not offering a 3% salary. They're offering a portion of a match that we have to pony up. Every time I hear someone say the state's offering a salary, I must correct them. So the numbers are astounding. We are putting up, we put up a lot of money more. It's not an even split, and other states, other counties do not have to do that. So we just can't compare ourselves to other school divisions, not to mention that the next smallest division after us is Loudoun, which is half of our size. So I look forward to voting on the main motion for the 4% across the division raise.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. I'll take a quick turn. so that math that Ms. Marin was looking for every percent that we raise salary in Fairfax County Public Schools, it's $28 million. So the 3% raise is 3 times that. And from the state, we get 0.4% of the full 3% raise, only if we come up with the 2.6% to match. Now, you might be asking yourself, 2.6 and 0.4 are not a match because they're not the same figure, and you would be right. When the state tells the public that they've provided a 3% raise for teachers and staff, what they neglect to tell folks, especially here in Fairfax County, is that more than 80% of the money has to come from the state in order to come from the school division in order to access a tiny fraction of that money. And you add that to what Mr. Dunn and others have mentioned tonight, the state's failure to meet the full financial obligation they have just to make us average, would be more than $500 million more, $568.7 million every single year, just to make us average, just so that we can compete with West Virginia and Kentucky and our other neighboring states. And so I won't be supporting this motion, just for some context, and along the lines of what some have said about the dynamic it creates in the school when we differentiate. It would be differentiating on a tiny scale, and I don't think that we would be getting the benefit. If a teacher who makes $77,000 a year gets an extra 0.454%, I think that's $29 a paycheck. And that is less valuable to them than an extra point is to somebody at the far lower end of that pay scale. So I can't in good conscience support that, although I do appreciate the work that went into coming up with the numbers and looking at everything else and communicating with colleagues to see if there could be agreement found. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser?
Thank you. I apologize for taking another turn. I just forgot to mention also, I believe this doesn't apply to principals also in the building. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't want to belabor the point. I also, again, really appreciate the hard work. And I know that in these tough budget times, trying to be creative for solutions is very important. And I appreciate the effort to be creative for solutions. But especially in this day and age where our students have social emotional needs, where we're dealing with perhaps increased challenge for our students, and the principals are in their buildings keeping them safe and keeping them taken care of, I just don't think it's right. I also agree with Ms. St. John Cunning that we talked the other day at our work session about the need for more trauma-informed specialists and more trauma-informed care. Those are central office staff, and I don't want to send the message that we don't value that work. We've talked about how amazing it is that we're the first division in the country, from what I know, to have a neurodiversity specialist. That's central office staff. I don't want to diminish the value of her work. So I appreciate the thought of creative solutions. I know we're in a bind between the state underfunding and just the tight budget times that we're experiencing in the county. But I think we just need to be careful that we do it in a way that unites us and unites our staff. Thank you for the thought and the work.
Thank you, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. Mr. Dunn.
I appreciate the conversation, and I appreciate the kind words. Let's start with reality. We pay different people different amounts of money. That's just the reality. Some of the conversation would seem to indicate we're paying the same amount of money to everyone, which just isn't reality. Let's also start with the reality that FCPS, for many years, has paid differentiated pay increases across different groups of employees. I'm looking at the history, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. It has not ever been kumbaya, everyone gets the same pay increase across all employee categories. If I went back 20 years or 30 years or 40 years, I have no doubt that differentiated history would continue into the past, as it will continue into the future. So let's just be honest and not try to pretend that we haven't differentiated before. We have. And in this case, we must. Because, respectfully, we have a great superintendent, but she's paid more than the President of the United States. We have a great Chief of Staff, paid more than the Secretary of Defense. We have great administrative assistants who are paid at the beginning of their career 110% above market. We have great central office staff who are paid above market. They don't need to be paid even higher above market. It doesn't diminish their value, but it does say to our brothers and sisters who are in the classroom dealing directly with the kids, I'm going to say my job as a school board member is much easier than that of a special education teacher. I get paid $48,000 a year. It's right that a special education teacher makes way more than me. It's just a fact. And for those people who are underpaid relative to market, who have to deal with the high cost of living in Fairfax County, who aren't even able to afford to live in Fairfax County, we should focus the dollars on them.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Seeing no others, we will vote on the amendment on the screen. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, Mr. Moon. I can't see Ms. St. John Cunning. Ms. St. John Cunning, will you verbalize your vote?
I'm opposed to the amendment.
All others who are opposed, please raise your hand. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. McDaniel, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, and myself. Will the clerk read the vote?
That's 3-9. The motion fails.
Thank you. All right. We will now go back to the primary motion, unamended, for consideration. Ms. Lady?
Can I move that we call the vote?
Why don't you give people an opportunity to speak? There's no motion to move to call a vote.
Okay, sorry.
All right, I will take a turn. So this 4% pay increase that we're considering tonight, in addition to the 2% pay raise from January, brings us to 6% increase for this year, which is short of the 8% we'd like to be at. That said, the board's work on this budget, I think, shows how committed we are to turning over every rock to find more pay for our hardworking staff, all of them. And I appreciate the superintendent's work and that of our budget team and our budget committee to find those resources, to add an extra percent beyond the tiny portion of the match that we're getting from the state to get to 3%, because it matters. And I think I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the conversation that is swirling around out there about the profession of working in our schools. Year after year, we tell people it is a rewarding job. You will love it. You will love working with the kids, but you will not get paid well for doing it. And that is the message that our kids are hearing in the classroom every single day when it comes to the profession or even working in any facet of our schools. And so we need to do more to change that conversation. And I think it starts with the Commonwealth of Virginia stepping up and following through on the recommendations of our JLARC, which clearly showed we are far underpaying for public education at the state level to the tune of nearly $2,000 per student. And in the case of Fairfax County, that comes out to $568.7 million every single year just to be average. And no one in Fairfax County wants to be average. We should be aspiring to far more than just being average. And so I will continue to have my advocacy focused on the state to bring in that extra funding. And I appreciate the Board of Supervisors this week indicating that they will explore a meals tax, something I campaigned for in 2015, I think, knocking on doors to talk to voters about. We should be exploring every opportunity we can to bring in additional resources to make sure that our schools are fully funded and meeting the needs of our students. So I appreciate the conversations our board has had over these past many months around the budget, and I look forward to casting my vote in favor of this budget. Mr. Dunn.
First of all, I appreciate my colleagues' patience as we worked through multiple budget amendments as I sought to prioritize our investments for those most in need. I wanted to say that this is going to be a very different year next year. We'll enter into collective bargaining, and that's a wonderful thing for our employees, because for the first time we will have them have a full seat at the table, treated as partners, and no longer treated as cogs in a machine. So I look forward to hearing their voices. I encourage their active participation, and I look forward to sitting side by side with our unions to determine how we can make sure that our pay and benefits are the best in Northern Virginia, the best in the DMV region, and making FCPS the best place to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Dr. Anderson.
Yes, very briefly, I do want to say thank you as well to the Board of Supervisors for their consideration of the meals tax, because as we've been going, we can't continue along those routes. I'm hoping those discussions are fruitful and will lead to some of the plans that were discussed back in 2018 with this board in terms of the allocation of those potential funds. I'm very grateful for the work that has gone into this budget. Ms. Burden, Ms. Widgeon, again, Dr. Reed, and of course, and I forgot to say earlier, Mr. McDaniel as the vice chair who's come on and has done so much work on this budget. He jumped in during the resolution phase and just really got involved. So thank you for your work. Unfortunately for me, this budget is too far apart from where I was hoping we could land, so I will not be in support.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Even though what's not included in the budget has been very disappointing, in my 21 years of service as a board member, I have never not supported the budget, because we need to have a budget to get the system going, to continue paying for the employees. So I will support the motion, main motion, and I want to thank hard work done by budget chair and vice chair, and also I want to thank Mr. Dunn. Your 10 different amendments, including the follow-ons to come, follow us a little bit later on, really gave me a time to think about, reflect upon, potentially what additional work the board or system needs to engage in. So I appreciate that. Again, it's a disappointing that budget does not include that, everything that we were hoping for, especially compensation increase. When that doesn't happen, we tend to point fingers toward the General Assembly. Sometimes we point fingers at another governing body. But as Mr. Dunn pointed out, we have to work with and within the system we have. It's going to take a number of years before we expect to see a much more funding directly from General Assembly. But until then, we have to come up with our own revenue to support the high quality education and be able to recruit top-notch teachers and retain them here in Fairfax. When I was doing a little research earlier today about Loudoun County and Prince William County, they are local governing body. I know they have a different LCI, but their local governing body fully paid, fully accepted school system's budget request. I mean, if we don't have additional funding from outside, our local governing body must fund us fully.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Ms. Dixit.
I'm going to be quick. Thank you for the budget, all the hard work which went into this. As a new school board member, and I realized this quickly, that when the funds are not in your hand, there's not much you could do. If you're depending on the state government and local government, you can do the best you can with those funds, but unless we have our own ways of increasing the revenue source, it's always going to be like this. We are depending on others to give us funds. So Fairfax County, one of the wealthiest, sends the most amount of taxes to the state, and we get a fraction of that. That is unacceptable. But this is the reality, and we're living in it. Our county is getting more and more expensive to live in, and we are not able to meet the needs of teachers and other staff members. So local government, including our board of supervisors, I hope that they are seeing this, and what is going to happen in next few years to come is going to be the reason of not meeting the needs of the budget today. And I would personally want to see if more money could be allocated for the teachers and other staff members, maybe the full 6%, but unfortunately not today. So I'm supporting of this motion, but this is definitely not we wanted. We wanted to do the best we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dixit. Ms. Marin?
I don't usually recall stories of the past, but when we were celebrating Mark Greenfelder, who retired, I couldn't help but remember when he took me on a tour of a school where we were starting to do the hybrid learning, and we were walking through schools with a mask. I think someone who does that kind of work in central office deserves a raise as much as anybody else who deserves one. When I think of what we did during COVID and the hours online, I see faces here of what we did, and staff in central office deserves a raise as much as anybody else, and all the people who worked hard to get here. So I'm very pleased to support a 4% across the board raise. I'm not thrilled because I know that our staff deserve more. All of us want our staff to have more. And the thing is this, it's not a very exciting prospect in some ways, but it's about diversifying our tax base. It's about taxes. It's about a state budget. It's about funding formulas. I support the meals tax. I'm glad that the supervisors are moving forward on that because we must diversify our tax base. But that is, again, one more burden that we in Fairfax are going to have to bear when the state is holding our money. If you remember any number, the public remembers any number from tonight, it's $568.7 million. That is $500 million. Think of what FCPS does with what we have now. What could we do if we had $500 million more? I am ready to go and get the money. That has become my mantra, get the money. I look forward to working with as many partners, my board colleagues, colleagues around the state, other elected officials, because we cannot continue to try and hold our schools down while the state holds our money. $568.7 million is due for our schools.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. Seeing no others, we will vote for the main motion on the screen, the financial year 2025 approved budget. All those in favor? Ms. Sizemore-Heisner, Mr. McDaniel, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Mr. Moon, Ms. St. John Cunning, and myself. All those opposed? Dr. Anderson, abstentions? Mr. Dunn, will the clerk read the vote?
It's 10-1-1, the motion passes.
Thank you. We have a budget. I call on Mr. Dunn for a follow-on motion.
I move that the school board direct the superintendent to prioritize additional funding from year-end funding in addition to previously allocated funding to conduct a comprehensive facility condition assessment of school buildings, facilities to include athletic facilities, and infrastructure to include tracked and untracked, which shall be used to inform the development of one or more queues for the repair and renovation of school buildings, facilities, and infrastructure.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, who was that? Ms. Lady. Ms. Lady, thank you. All right. Mr. Dunn, would you like to speak to your follow-on motion?
Yes, please. So in my role as a school board member, I serve as the liaison to the Facilities Planning Advisory Committee. I also serve as chair of CPDC, which overlooks school construction and renovation. And what we know is it's fairly broken within FCPS, not for lack of efforts, not for lack of leadership. We have a 42-year renovation cycle. If you think back 42 years, that's 1982. Think about all the technologies that exist today that didn't exist then. Think about all the technologies that have come to exist and don't really exist anymore, CDs, DVRs, and so forth. We need to be in our buildings more often than every 42 years. The industry standard is 20 to 25 years, and that's what we should be aiming for as well. The purpose of some of these motions is to look at how can we do better, how can we bring in more money, how can we make sure that as we move forward and develop a new renovation queue, the current one expires in or about 2030, how can we make sure that we are having good data to inform the ranking of schools from 1 to 199 so that we can be confident in those rankings that the ones at top need the renovations most critically. The ones at the bottom can go 20, 30 years into the future, maybe 42 years in the future without being touched. In addition to getting good data, we need to make sure that we're able to have criteria that allow us to distinguish based on equity, based on other factors, and perhaps establish multiple tiers of renovation, a beautification, light touch, new paint, all the way to comprehensive gutting. This is fundamental because we have hundreds of millions of dollars that we invest through school bonds that all taxpayers vote on to fund construction and renovation projects. And yet many of our facilities are found to be dilapidated. We have repeated testimony by students from the Woodson High School baseball team talking about one baseball field, but that's representative of a broader trend we see across FCPS. Many of our buildings are in fine shape, many need a lot of work. And so as we move forward, we must allocate additional funding because we only have $2 million right now. That works out to something like 10 cents per square foot. No, it's 7 cents per square foot. That's a ridiculously small amount of money. It won't result in good outcomes. It'll just result in a lot of fights among school board members over which renovation should take place. So to eliminate that drama, to prevent that drama, and make sure we're making good decisions, good investment decisions going forward for all of our students to learn in world-class learning environments, have access to world-class athletic infrastructure, and have equitable outcomes in terms of our facilities across the county, we need good data, and that's what this is what this additional funding is intended to provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Ms. Lady, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, it would. Most homeowners check out the roofs and HVAC systems of their homes every other year or so. We see for ourselves whether it's time to repave our driveways or sidewalks that surround our homes. We monitor the effectiveness of our security systems and invest in upgrades if necessary. We may even explore whether we can add on or expand an extra room so we can finally get rid of that shed in the backyard that's become an eyesore. Well, as stewards of FCPS schools and properties, we must do the same. Conducting a facilities conditions assessment is just a fancy way of saying that we must get eyes on the buildings and grounds of every single one of our schools to identify and prioritize the most urgent maintenance, renovation, and construction needs of our schools. After spending 27 years walking the halls and grounds of many of our middle and high school facilities in Fairfax County, I have firsthand knowledge that most of our schools are fortunate to have beautiful, impressive campuses. I also know firsthand that many of our classrooms, gyms, libraries, cafeterias, and athletic fields are not equipped to meet FCPS academic goals, student enrollment needs, or our extracurricular programs that are so vital to our students' mental health and well-being. While I was on the campaign trail, I was often asked about the condition of McLean High School and the need for renovation. And my response was that I'm not an expert. I did work at McLean. I've been at McLean. I've walked in the halls of McLean, but I also walked the halls of Chantilly for 15 years. And basically what I told them was that I would prefer to have an outside consultant come in and do the evaluation and create a queue for us and priorities versus me fighting with my colleagues to jockey for position for a school that might be in my magisterial district. So I urge my colleagues to support this investment in a facilities condition assessment because once we've checked the conditions of the roofs, bathrooms, security systems of our schools, once we've walked the athletic fields, parking lots, and sidewalks, our facilities department will have the information needed to make stronger recommendations to ensure this board will be in a smarter, stronger position to plan and prioritize our capital improvement and renovation projects now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lady. Dr. Anderson?
Thank you. I'm happy to support this amendment. Back in 2020, coming in as a new board member, it was shocking to me to hear that it was essentially up to school board members to elevate issues and then jockey for position to elevate their schools in the queue. So going forward with an external body to really offer a comprehensive evaluation of our facilities and organizing that in a way that prioritizes which schools need to be moving forward for renovations, I think is really key. And it's an equitable way of having that assessment of our buildings. I also know that this plan has been supported by FPAC. We just celebrated one of their own earlier, Mr. Fanshaw, who has served on FPAC for a number of years. And it is a group of highly skilled professionals who are supporting this action. And so I do want to take that expertise under consideration as we move forward with this measure. So I'm happy to support this motion for the reasons that both Mr. Dunn and Ms. Lady have stated.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I will take a turn. Almost had me with limiting drama. Almost. But a couple points. We do need a comprehensive facilities assessment. What I'm not comfortable with is prioritizing funding before we have a report back from the superintendent on what our year-end funding picture looks like. It's very possible I would support this in that conversation, but I do not want to presuppose what that decision should be by the superintendent, because I'll tell you what, if we tell the superintendent this is a priority, that's what she's going to present. This is the priority. She could come back to us and say X, Y, and Z are more pressing, and then our board can weigh that. So I think this conversation and anything else that is prioritizing or dealing with year-end funding among these follow-on motions should be left for the year-end budgeting conversation, and that's how I will vote tonight. I think it is extremely important that we do this work. And I'm happy to consider supporting it once we see what the full year-end picture looks like. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Thank you. I think you stole the words, or I'm in complete agreement, because that is where I stand too. I think, and I sent an email to my colleagues earlier today stating some of this. I think most of us, I'll speak for myself, can really strongly support a comprehensive facilities assessment. I think for all the reasons stated, it is vital, it is needed. I fully respect FPAC and their assessment that we need this. However, I will say that FPAC's job is to look at facilities, and so I respect, but our job is to look at the big picture. And within that big picture, I don't have that big picture yet because we don't know all of the priorities we may need at year end. And so until we get there, until Dr. Reed looks at the year-end money, until her staff have time, especially with a new HR person coming in, to say what are the priorities, where do we need to spend our money, I think this should be an important part of that conversation. But until I know all of the different pieces that might be priorities, it's hard for me to say this is the priority. And I think once we tell you this is the priority, then we don't know, it's going to automatically rejigger the list that you bring us. I do know we already allocated $2 million to do this renovation queue. So I guess my question would be, the other piece I'm struggling with is I think it's hard to know without getting some sense of how much it might cost, right? To know, like maybe it's just going to cost $3 million, and so therefore it's not that much coming out of year end, and so it's easy to make it a priority versus $10 more million, in which case that might start changing what we can spend year end on. So I guess my question for you, Dr. Reed, is if we were to try to put out an RFP, would we be able to get some information about how much it might cost in addition to that $2 million by year end, so we can make a little more of an informed choice?
I think I think the RFP is quite close to being ready to go. I know I've spoken to Ms. Szymanski. I could get you a timeline, but I'm not sure we would have the exact numbers by year end, but we might have a better idea by year end than we have today.
Yeah, I don't have much to add to that, except we're in the process of writing the scope and trying to write it in a creative way that it can be phased. So even if we don't have certainty by year end, I think we should at least have some more information to share to kind of point us in the right direction.
I so appreciate this being brought, because I think it's, again, I said this earlier, I feel like we've been in Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and we finally are coming out of that, coming out of COVID, and can focus on some of these really important things. I just think this is a little premature until I really get a good sense of all of our priorities at year end. I'd hate to close the door on something. You know, I've kind of heard we might be using some of the money for boilers or HVAC systems, and I would hate to tell a school, sorry, you can't have an AC because we prioritize this. And I just want to have that conversation with the full information. I think I had a conversation with my colleagues about that a few weeks ago and said, I just need to know what the priorities are. So I think if we can bring this conversation back at year end, I'm really excited to have that and really supportive of this work. And hopefully we'll have a little more information by then too. So I look forward to having that conversation then.
Thank you, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. Mr. McDaniel.
Ditto to what was just said. I mean, those are the notes I had here. I support certainly the spirit of the motion and having resources to develop a renovation queue by experts. I know Prince William County is doing this now with outside consultants. So I think that's where we'll end up. I just don't think that this is the right vehicle at the right time to accomplish that. But certainly at end of year, and if an RFP does come before us for award, I would be supporting it at that point.
Thank you, Mr. McDaniel. Ms. Dixit.
I think this is a great idea, but the timing wise, I would like to get some numbers back after the RFP goes out. I just wanted to ask how long the RFP will be out, and when do you expect this to go out?
So I think we're hopeful to get it out sooner than later. I also know that we have some other ideas too. I know athletic facilities are listed here, and we have in plans to have, I believe, an intern this summer spend a lot of time sort of making the rounds of those fields. So do we have a final date yet for an RFP if it went out?
We do not, and I'd actually need to talk to procurement on what they recommend for how long out on the marketplace they'd like to have it to ensure optimal competition. So I can definitely get back to you with that.
So because we have already prioritized special education teachers funding for the year end and drop programs, so we don't know how much of is going to be left. And so I would just wait to, if this motion comes back again, when we have some more numbers and back from RFP, I'll support it. Right now it's a bit vague, and just not sure this is the right time to do it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Dixit. Ms. Marin.
Given the enormity of the investments we have in our facilities and what we know is needed, I support this motion or this follow-on, although for me it's very tentative. It's saying that we would like the superintendent to prioritize use of year end, which could mean that a priority is set for $1 million or a priority is set for $6 million. I generally don't want to prioritize and give signals for year end until we're closer, and we're actually getting pretty close to that time of the year. But given the work the new director of facilities is doing, the focus on our facilities, there's a lot of moving parts. And I also like the idea of elevating FPAC's work, because they are a really hardworking team that does a lot of detailed analysis. So I will support this, and probably another one that's related to the CIP and facilities in terms of year end. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to support the motion. As far as the actual cost is concerned, I mean, it's gonna depend upon RFP and the bidding from our contractors, and then subject to our board's approval of the contract, and also this motion sets a limit, no more than $6.4 million. It's not directing superintendent to go and spend that either. And so, I mean, this is something we need to do, and this is subject to our action on the year end, a budget review anyway, and also subject to our approval of the contract after RFP process is all done with. I'll support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Mr. Dunn.
I'll start with, as a government contracting attorney, you probably want to issue a request for information before you issue the RFP, because an RFI you can set a 2-week or 3-week or 4-week turnaround time. Ask for what is the range that this would cost. You get that back before you issue the RFI, and you can bring that to the board for how much it should cost or how much should be allocated in year-end funding. That being said, I have to say, I just shudder. I absolutely shudder at the thought that we're going to have an intern this summer walk the fields and tell us, the condition of our athletic facilities, the condition of our buildings. That intern's determination is going to guide hundreds of millions of dollars in funding. That seems to be the worst decision I've ever heard in my life. I mean, I'm sorry, but my God, if we're going to have hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars guided by an intern, I can't be a part of that. We have third-party service providers who do this day in, day out. We need uniform data. We need data integrity. We need data fidelity so that we have an accurate ranking of our schools from 1 to 199. And we can go out in the marketplace and see what it costs, but there's no question that if we don't have the internal capacity, if we don't do this on a day in, day out basis, we shouldn't be doing that. We should hire professionals. I'm not going to go out there and assess the condition of our facilities. Never done that. I don't have the expertise. I really want someone who knows what they're doing, who can ensure uniform data from all of our different sites so that it will guide hundreds of millions or billions of dollars in funding. That's what Facilities Planning Advisory Committee has advised. They've provided a range of 22 cents to 42 cents per square foot as the industry average, which works out to 6.3 million to 12.1 million. So we already know the range, and we already know they recommend the use of a third-party consultant, and these are people who do construction every day for their day jobs and hold senior positions in local governments. They dedicate their time, they're experts in their field, and we should listen to them.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Ms. St. John Cunning?
I was prepared to vote for this motion, but after listening to my colleagues, I do believe that it's not an issue of how much this is going to cost, even if we have the ballpark, it's how much we're going to have. And where I'm having a problem is that we're wanting to prioritize this as additional funding. I do think this is critical. I think it's a good motion. I just, right now, don't think the timing is right. If this comes up later for a year end, I would definitely support it. But I fear and I hope that we won't have other priorities to supersede this, but that may be the case.
Thank you, Ms. St. John Cunning. All right, we will vote on the motion on the screen. All those in favor of this follow-on motion, please raise your hand. Mr. McElveen, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, Mr. Moon. All those opposed? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. McDaniel, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Ms. St. John Cunning, and myself. Will the clerk read the vote?
It's 6-6, the motion fails.
Thank you. I call on Mr. Dunn for a follow-on motion.
I move that the school board direct the superintendent to present to the school board as part of the school year 2024-2025 Executive Limitation 11, EL 11 monitoring report, a benefit cost analysis and legal framework for using public-private partnerships to design, build, finance, and maintain FCPS school buildings and infrastructure. Public-private partnerships shall not be used to reduce or replace FCPS employees or outsource functions performed by FCPS employees.
Is there a second?
I second.
Ms. Dixit. Mr. Dunn, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. Through FPAC and CPDC and through a recent 186-page follow-on motion report prepared in alignment with the CIP, we have received abundant information on public-private partnerships, which are used by local school systems, including PG County, which recently built 6 schools in 2 years through a public-private partnership. We also have the county, which has used public-private partnerships for decades to build things such as the Fairfax County Government Center. It's an innovative way to access additional financing outside of bonds, outside of taxes, in partnership with the private sector, to bring in outside experts, to bring in outside investors, and establish long-term contractual arrangements where they assume the risk and the responsibility of maintaining our buildings, not including custodial functions. And in this fiscal environment where we are being underfunded by $500 million a year, where we're constrained in the amount of bonds we can issue, where we have a maintenance backlog in the hundreds of millions of dollars for our infrastructure and other things, we must be creative. We must look outside the box. And public-private partnerships are something being used locally. It's something used by the county for decades. It's something used overseas in Canada, UK, and Australia for everything from hospitals to highways. And it's something that should be explored here. So what this motion seeks to achieve is a benefit cost analysis, the pros, the cons, and a legal framework, so that we have an option that we can undertake that would require further decision to undertake for one school building, a number of school buildings, and have that option on the table. Because what we know about next year is that the budget will be much worse. The collapse of the commercial office market has not dented this year's budget severely, but next year it will be severely impacted, and we don't have much hope of a significant budget increase at a time when we've been already talking about our salaries for teachers and others are falling far behind our surrounding jurisdictions. So we must look to see what we can do in partnership with the private sector to maintain world-class facilities and learning environments for our children and staff.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Ms. Dixit, would you like to speak to your second?
I think Mr. Dunn has covered it all. I would just say this is it's an interesting concept, and federal government uses this as well, and Department of Transportation has this in place. So we do have to manage our budget, but then this privatization of the private relationship, if it helps us, we want to explore it. We are not. This is more of a cost-benefit analysis at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dixit. Dr. Anderson?
Thank you. I will be supporting this motion, but I want to be clear to those who are listening in terms of what this is asking for. This is asking for information. Information within a structure we have already set, which is the executive limitations. And that is their whole purpose. So for me, this dovetails very nicely, and I hope we can have full support of this. This is not encumbering any funds. This is not prioritizing anything in particular. It is asking for information to be included in the superintendent's regular reports to us at whatever that time is determined, whatever that time will be next year, as the schedule may change. So this is a no-brainer. This is an opportunity we have to explore. And if we are not able to have those discussions during the superintendent's presentations with the executive limitations, when will they happen otherwise? So thank you, Mr. Dunn and Ms. Dixit, for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Ms. Marin?
First, I want to say I really appreciate that the motion does tie to the executive limitations. This is where our board should be going and tying the work to that framework so that we can hold the superintendent accountable in some kind of orderly fashion and have that record for all time and keep us going. But like I will apply to many of the other remaining follow-on motions, I don't support this, and here's why. The school superintendent is already committed to using the Baldrige framework for an analysis of, focusing the division's work on what really matters and what's going to produce results. So I think it's fair to ask the superintendent for more information about the Baldrige work and the time and funds needed for that, but I think it's late in the budget process now to analyze that info alongside these other asks. Relatedly, the people being asked to do this work are the financial and budgeting staff. When I look at this follow-on and the additional follow-ons, that's a lot of additional work to ask of the budget staff. The superintendent has also put forth some other frameworks. We've got our strategic plan. We've got those ELs I mentioned. This Baldrige framework. We're pushing out, the new reading program. There's a lot of big things happening, and I don't want to encumber the superintendent and staff time on different projects. We need to stay focused and strategic on what's most important. I think that, again, the Director of Facilities is taking stock of facilities and situation, in the situations division-wide, and working under those ELs. We've already got an athletic facilities queue process lined up. We're making movement. I do think that the board should have a further discussion about the many pages of report that we got about the follow-on motions to our capital improvement program earlier this year. It was, well, almost 200 pages. I think that alone warrants a work session to really talk about what do we want to direct the superintendent to prioritize, because we can't have her prioritize everything. So I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. Mr. McDaniel.
I was not quite sure what I was going to do in this motion, and I've appreciated the back and forth. And I will support it because there's a very important caveat in here that really needs to be said. Shall not be used to reduce or replace FCPS employees or outsourced functions performed by FCPS. And with that, I'm comfortable moving this forward. Absent that, I would not be voting for this. I do think looking at triple Ps in terms of capital infrastructure is important. Neighboring jurisdictions do it. It's innovative. And as a business owner, I know that if you don't innovate, you stagnate, and we cannot afford to stagnate. So I'm okay looking at this with that caveat, and with the intent that this is for how can we better build buildings in Fairfax County.
Thank you, Mr. McDaniel. Mr. Dunn.
Thank you. There was mention of the Baldrige efficiency review, which I support as a general matter, but which has never been presented to the board, never been approved by the board. And if it's going to encumber the leadership and staff to such an extent that they can't undertake other board priorities, I must register an objection and respectfully request to the chair and the vice chair and the superintendent to present it in proper order under new business and to have a vote taken on it. Since it is a 2 or 3 year process, that's nearly the entire term all of us were elected to. Second, I just wanted to say, I understand that we have to make judgments on priorities, but we can't make judgments without information. And this information, as Dr. Anderson rightly said, is intended to provide us with an option set not currently available to us. The CIP follow-on motion report, 186 pages, I've read multiple times by now, has a lot of favorable things to say about public-private partnerships. Our county partners who've been doing them for decades have a lot of favorable things to say, as do surrounding jurisdictions. So I hope we can explore this so then we actually have a full briefing in such a way that we can take action on it if we decide that it's something that's actionable.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Thank you. I'm also torn on this one for many reasons. I'm very supportive of looking at additional ways for financing, especially our infrastructure, because our bond funds just do not cover our needs. We're a 42-year renovation cycle and best practices are 25. We don't have funding set aside for athletic facilities. There's just many reasons why I think this is important to look at. However, I will say I am concerned. Let me just back up. I really appreciate, again, like I said, that we finally had the space to breathe and look at some of these things we wanted to look at for a long time. What I'm concerned about is that in 5 months, we have put a lot of different things on staff, and I think it would be beneficial for this board, perhaps in a retreat, to have a conversation about how to align all of that work. Because one of my worries is I don't want to send staff here, then there, then here, then here, then here, because that is what, to be honest, my experience was when I first got on this board. And when you send staff all over the place, they aren't able to move anything forward. I'm not necessarily saying this is doing that at this point, but I'm feeling like we're reaching a tipping point of that. And so I feel like in some ways we would be better off having a retreat about what are the things that we want to address and how do we as a board prioritize them. How do we align them with the strategic plan? How do we align them with the work we're already doing? Because the hard part is almost all of these ideas are great ideas and things that need to be done, and some of them need to be done for a long time. And in isolation, I could probably vote for all of them. But I don't think we've had the conversation about at what point are we putting so many different things on staff that it's a diminishing returns on quality work on top of the work we're doing. We're still trying to make sure we're dealing with an opioid crisis. We're dealing with closing achievement gaps. We're dealing with student mental health issues. We have a future that's very different, and we've talked about STEAM and all these other priorities. At what point do we realize they can't do it all, and either we're going to get subpar work, or we're going to lose our staff, or we're going to spin in circles and nothing will move forward? And I'm feeling a little bit like we're getting there. And I think all of this is have such great intention and great ideas and work into it that I'm struggling to say no. But I'm struggling to say yes without maybe having maybe a joint retreat with Dr. Reed and some of our staff to say, all right, here are the 15 or 20 or 30 things that really need to be done to make things better. How do we prioritize them so they're all done well? When we did our strategic plan, that was one of the biggest impetus for the strategic plan, is to align all of our work in the same direction. I think we need to pause and do that now.
Thank you, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. Dr. Anderson?
Thank you. One of the things that I wanted to raise in this conversation was several months ago, I had the opportunity to meet someone who was doing this work and engage Ms. Semensky in that conversation. And I think those conversations have been going on for multiple months now. So there are these general attempts at this work. And I think this is very much aligned. And this also dovetails so very nicely with the past 5 years that I've been on this board, that we've been looking at the unfunded CIP, the billions of dollars that we need, that beautiful circle that you like so much, Mr. McDaniel, that shows how much need we have. We must take a look at this. This is something, and we do, you're right, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, we have a lot of initiatives, but we also have a lot of different departments that are taking care of these initiatives. This would not necessarily be falling under Dr. Presidio's shop because he has a lot there. This is with Ms. Zemensky's shop and with some assistance with budget. I just think I don't want us to short ourselves, because this is a great need, and we're talking about literally billions of dollars. We're talking about falling buildings that we don't have any capacity of doing anything any more quickly than what we have going right now. For me, this is a high priority. Just kind of outline this also with what Ms. Marin said earlier, with the billions of dollars that this could possibly be in this division. For me, it is very high priority, and it's an investigation. It is looking for information. It's not even encumbering dollars. It's just finding out what is possible, and for us to really have a thorough discussion. So I'm really hoping that those of you who are torn can find a way to engage in this conversation, because I think it's really a priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Ms. Size, oh, all right. We will go ahead and vote for on the follow-on motion on the screen, follow-on motion number 2. All those in favor? Mr. McDaniel, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Lady, Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Anderson, Mr. Moon, and myself, and Ms. Dixit. Ms. St. John Cunning, I don't see a vote. Yes. All those opposed? Ms. Marin, abstentions? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. Will the clerk read the vote?
10-1-1, the motion passes.
Thank you. I call on Mr. Dunn for a follow-on motion.
Thank you. I move that the school board direct the superintendent to present to the school board, as part of the school year 2024-2025 Executive Limitation 11, EL 11 monitoring report, multiple options for the reduction of annual leasing expenses and the consolidation of administrative staff. The option set shall include, but not be limited to, the renegotiation of existing leases and the negotiation of new leases for commercial office space.
Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Anderson. Mr. Dunn, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. We are a very large school system that occupies very many buildings, most of which we own, but some of which we do not. I'll offer Willow Oaks as an example. That is commercial office space. And we have sought to use some of that commercial office space for certain uses which have been denied by the landlord. I don't know if that's a building we want to be in. But more importantly, we are witnessing a historic collapse of the commercial office market. And it is a buyer's market right now. We should be, at a minimum, going out into the marketplace and for our existing leases, renegotiating them to reduce the rent we pay, because there are landlords so desperate that they will accept lower rent just so you don't move out. In addition, we should be looking at all of the various leased office properties we occupy and seek to bring our staff together into a smaller footprint. With telework and other flexibilities, maybe we don't need all the office space we have now. In addition, many landlords in the market right now, and I know this from personal professional experience, will be willing to offer significant financial incentives. They will pay for your furniture, so free furniture if you move in. Well, they will also offer to redo conference rooms or build a conference room or build a cafeteria. All kinds of opportunities exist. If you haven't negotiated a commercial lease, it's a lot of fun in a buyer's market, not so much fun in a seller's market. And it's something we should do to be prudent with our money, because this comes out of operating funds. So when we talk about we don't have enough money for a 6% pay raise, this is one of the reasons why, because we're paying too much for leased office space. I'll also submit, I think there's a legitimate question, should we have any leased office space? Period. We have so many buildings, at least 25 buildings, I understand, that are not used by students. Maybe we should look at moving in there. We have some operations folks based there, IT and others, but this is an opportunity to save money at a time where there's rich opportunities. It's shooting fish in a barrel, so I ask for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Dr. Anderson, would you like to speak to your second?
Oh, very briefly, because I think Mr. Dunn covered it. I just wanted to reiterate again, this is an ask for information. This is a request for information for us to have a discussion and to be thoughtful about how we spend our dollars. This is, again, just so key to our work that I would have no hesitation in supporting this. This already exists. Parts of this are already included in our CIP discussions, and parts of this will be new. But it's also already aligned to the work. It's aligned to what the superintendent presents to us in this public forum. And if there's any opportunity of saving dollars that could be reallocated and repurposed to our most critical needs, I would love to have that information to act upon.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Mr. McDaniel.
Mr. Dunn is correct. The office market right now is such that if you have cash at a reasonable rate, you should be buying things. It is also such that if you are locked into long-term leases at inflated rent, you should be renegotiating those and forcing a conversation. He is not wrong. That is completely correct. The concern I have with this motion, and why I will offer a fix to get my vote, there is a clause in here. It's the same reason why I supported the previous motion, but there is a statement in here, multiple options for the reduction of annual leasing expenses and the consolidation of administrative staff. I don't want to put that out there and imply that we're going to do RIFs and cut down administrative staff. That's my concern with this. So if that's removed and that sentence ends annual leasing expenses, I'll have my vote.
Can I move to amend my motion?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
You've not been recognized.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. McDaniel. Mr. Moon.
I think Mr. McDaniel made a good point, and hope that somebody will make an amendment to delete that few words in there. With that said, I'd be able to support Mr. Dunn's motion. Having been in leasing business myself, for my own business for 40 years, having represented a lot of tenants over the years, I know right now, time is good for a tenant.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
First, I want to reiterate the same point. I totally agree. This is an opportunity to save money. There are lots of opportunities to save money. There's lots of burdens we're putting on staff.
Got
which ones are we going to prioritize? I'm going to tell you right now, we are going to torpedo work if we keep doing this. And I don't think we want to torpedo work. So I guess on this one, I'm wondering why we need multiple options. This is a deeply operational thing to do. If we want to direct the superintendent to look at renegotiating leases, I could maybe get behind that. But why do we need multiple options? We don't vote on renegotiating leases necessarily. We do vote on contracts, so I understand that piece of it. But we should, I don't know why we need, multiple options takes even more time to develop. So why don't we just say, the school would direct the superintendent to present a plan for the reduction of leases. And if she wants to have multiple options in her plan, she could do that. But we're getting really deeply and directive and operational here on how we want to save the money in multiple. I mean, when I look at this, consolidating administrative staff, bringing us multiple options, how about we want to save money in our leases? Go figure out whether we can. But this is a lot of work, the way this is written. And I am, having come from a place where I feel like we were all over the place in our alignment and having worked very hard the last few years to bring our system into alignment, I cannot help but raise the flag that we're going in the other direction. So if we can find, and I'm happy to offer some friendly amendments to this, a way to reduce this so we're not trying to direct her to bring all these options for us to vote on and just trying to get to the core of, I think, what we're trying to do, which is reduce leasing costs. I could maybe support it, but I would beg my colleagues, before we do 10 more at the next 2 weeks vote, let's stop and think about what we're doing to the 10 and 20 things we've already asked to be done. And if we want those to be done well, we've got to be strategic in how we do ask going forward. So I'm happy to offer some additional multiple suggestions if it's appropriate.
You have an amendment to offer?
I would like to offer an amendment to say direct the superintendent to present to the board as part of the executive limitation monitoring report her plan for reduction of annual leasing expenses, period. And the rest of it is her operational decision.
We'll let the screen reflect the suggestion. Just one moment.
A plan for the reduction of annual leasing expenses, excuse me. A plan for, actually that's, instead of a reduction, because we're assuming that she can reduce them, a plan for exploring the possibility of reducing, or exploring the reduction of annual leasing expenses, because I don't want to presume she can reduce them.
A plan for exploring the reduction of annual leasing expenses.
No, it's a good point. And this way, we're not telling her how to operationalize this, we're telling her
Just a second.
what we want. Sorry.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Marin. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, would you like to speak to your amendment?
I think I've spoken to it. I appreciate the thought of asking to look at saving money here, but I don't think we should be so prescriptive and asking for so many options. That's just going to take extra work when the goal is just to reduce our leasing expenses if possible.
Thank you, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. Ms. Marin, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, please. So thank you to my colleague for raising this point. I don't usually play the card of I've been a school board member last term, but we did work really hard to set up processes. And what's different now is we have a superintendent who has a strategic plan, strategic governance. She wants to do this Baldrige framework. It is not our job to tell her how to do her job. We have to hold her accountable. We have the ELs, we can measure what she does, but you know who would be really good at this work is our County Board of Supervisors, because they manage the revenue generation from our commercial taxes. Why do we have to do the work of analyzing commercial real estate taxes when that's actually happening somewhere else? So, or the base. I will support this motion. I still think it's way too in the weeds, but it is definitely better than the one proposed.
Thank you. All right. If you are not raising your hand to speak to the amendment, please lower your light or turn off your light. All right. Ms. St. John Cunning.
I will also support this friendly amendment. I feel that a lot of the follow-on motions just go too deeply into the operational realm. And it's really hard for me to pull back because I come from the operational realm. I I appreciate this friendly amendment because I do think there are opportunities there, but I think we need to let staff figure it out and the superintendent figure it out the way they can figure it out.
Thank you, Ms. St. John Cunning. Mr. Dunn?
Just question about the friendly amendment, which I...
Just for the record, there is no such thing as a friendly amendment. This is just an amendment.
Well, an amendment from a friend then.
Yeah, that's a thing.
I want to stay friends. That's why I called it a friendly amendment.
Understanding that the first sentence was amended, is the amendment, does the amendment include the last sentence or not? Not saying it changes my opinion one way or the other.
No, because I feel like that's telling her how to look at different options. I think our staff can figure out whether to renegotiate or new leases. I don't want to be prescriptive in telling them. I think the plan is the plan, and how she, if the plan isn't sufficient when she comes back, that's our oversight point to make those comments. At that point, it isn't our way to tell her all the different things to do.
And I support the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. I will take a turn on the amendment. I can now support the motion as amended. All right, and perhaps during the exploration of that work, maybe we'll stumble across some buildings that want to be sold to us for really cheap. All right, seeing no other hands, we will go ahead and...
Just to make clear, it hasn't been amended until you voted on whether to make the amendment.
Correct, we're voting on the amendment. The amendment on the screen as written and highlighted, we are voting on that. If you'd like to support that amendment, please raise your hand. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. McDaniel, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Mr. Moon, Ms. St. John Cunning, and myself. That is unanimous. So the motion is amended. And now, with no hands up, we can vote on, Ms. Anderson. We are now speaking to the amended motion.
I am. I was hoping to ask Dr. Reed if work has already been done in the division to reduce the costs of leases and to reduce the amount of lease space that we have.
Thank you for the question, Mrs. Anderson. We've already been discussing this because we do have cyclical leases that do come due, and we also have staff in locations that we are working to consider consolidation of to bring folks together for a variety of reasons. But yes, we have already been undertaking those conversations. We want to maximize every dollar that we are stewards for.
I am assuming that if you were able to accomplish those things, that you would also bring that information back to the board so that we can all celebrate with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. All right, seeing no others, we will vote on the follow-on motion number 3, which is on the screen as amended. All those in favor? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. McDaniel, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Mr. Moon, Ms. St. John Cunning, and myself. All those opposed? Abstentions? Ms. Anderson, how do you vote? Opposed. Ms. Anderson opposed. Will the clerk read the vote?
It's 11-1, the motion carries.
Thank you. I call on Mr. Dunn for a follow-on motion.
Thank you. I move to direct the superintendent to present to the school board as part of the school year 2024-2025 executive limitation EL 11 monitoring report a benefit cost analysis for achieving the board's Joint Environmental Task Force directive of replacing the school division's diesel school bus fleet with electric alternatives and building any additional charging infrastructure required. This analysis shall be accompanied by a plan for achieving this transition as efficiently and expeditiously as possible, to include, among other potential options, the use of management efficiencies and other strategies.
Is there a second?
I second.
Mr. Dunn, would you like to speak to your follow-on motion?
I would. Briefly, I had the honor to participate in a recent ceremony at Lorton Station Elementary, where we, FCPS, received a grant from the EPA to purchase, I believe, 42 electric school buses. I think that's a great, great accomplishment. But we have something on the order of more than 1,500 school buses. Is that right, Dr. Reed?
1,600, Mr. Dunn.
1,600. I believe it's 1,625 if my memory serves. So that's a huge amount of pollution every year. And we know that pollution affects minority communities more than any other, causing incalculable damage to their lives, higher asthma rates, higher lung cancer rates, and all kinds of maladies. As an elected official, I feel at this time of the fierce urgency of now to address climate change, we need to do everything within our power to reduce our carbon footprint and to make sure that we are environmentally responsible. Moreover, the market within the United States for electric school buses, having worked at the U.S. Department of Energy, where they funded renewable energy research into electric vehicles, batteries, and such, I know for a fact that the market has matured far beyond what it was only 4 or 5 years ago. And in this environment, there is an opportunity to leverage our buying power, our market power as the 10th largest school district or thereabouts in the nation, to buy in volume over time with a contract for multiple years so that we can reduce our approximately $170 million, I believe we spend on fuel each year, to near zero, because electricity is far cheaper. And to do it in a way where we're training our technicians, training our workforce in the technologies of the future, upgrading our charging infrastructure, helping to spread the word, spread the benefits of electric vehicles, of which I am a proud owner. So for all those reasons, and because I believe this is cost effective, will actually save us significant money that, again, can go to teacher pay raises and other priorities, I've put forward this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Mr. Frisch.
Thank you. This board and its predecessors have really moved forward on electric buses. We have increased the number of electric buses in the school division by 80-fold in the last 5 years. Of course, we started with none, so it's pretty easy to have a remarkable statistic like that. But the Joint Environmental Task Force made its recommendation that we transition to a fully electric fleet. We are one of the largest school division fleets in the country, and this board made a directive that we would follow through on that recommendation. And so we have been working hard as a school division to apply for every grant imaginable to fund the purchase of these buses, but grants alone won't get us there. In our facilities work, we have a plan for getting to net zero with our school construction. We need a similar plan as it relates to our school bus fleet. I will say that this motion does not change the fact that the board has already approved the full transition of an electric fleet by a unanimous vote. It simply asks for a plan to do so. I was able to visit a neighboring school division which has begun the work of transitioning. It's rather large, but not as large as our school bus fleet, and visit one of their electric bus depots. And it's an interesting way that they're doing it. They have, because there is a big curve to actually saving money on electric buses right now. That curve is getting flatter and flatter as years go by. And so the way that school divisions are replacing their fleets and saving money, at least right now, 2 ways: getting grants to diminish the cost of a conversion, or entering into a leasing relationship with a provider so that they are not taking on the cost of the equipment and instead are just paying for the use of the equipment, which has enabled many school divisions to move very quickly to transition their fleet as they off-cycle diesel buses. So I'm supporting this follow-on motion because it's asking for a plan within the work that we're already doing, and it's in furtherance of the board's directive that we do this transition.
Thank you. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
So when I talk about time, it also includes board time. We passed the Joint Environmental Task Force goals that had electric bus fleet in them. Currently in the EL monitoring report is to meet the county's environmental plans. So we already have that. Asking for a plan is again getting into operational. As part of the current EL, we are asking for her to report to us what she's doing. I don't know why on top of that report we need an additional plan. I appreciate that we're all, I think, passionate about these goals. That's why we passed it previously, but I don't know why we're having a conversation of something we've already done. And I think I would love to focus on things we need to do. I think to my colleague's point from the last follow-on, where I think staff are already looking at how to consolidate leases and how to consolidate staff. I appreciate the thinking, I appreciate all the work, but let's focus on things we're not already doing. And I don't think I can support a motion for something we're already doing.
Okay, I will take a turn. I support transitioning to an electric fleet. I support environmental education. This morning, I'm just remembering a long time ago, shoveling soil at Terracet Elementary from the parking lot to the rooftop garden so that our children could have instructional time on outdoor learning. And that's the thing. That is our lane, pun intended. Our lane is instruction. You know whose lane is transportation? That's the county. I have an electric car. I cannot charge it at my home. My husband has to go to Target to charge our car. If the county is not going to set up EV stations and put in the infrastructure, I don't think it's prudent or even appropriate for FCPS to be the leader on this. The buses are exorbitant. I'm all for it, but if we're going to prioritize making a change in environmental situations and combating climate change, it's got to be through educating students, who most of the time, honestly, could probably be educators to adults on how to foster sustainability. Just last week, I attended the middle school start time community meeting. We've had several of those. A big component of changing middle school start times is going to be transportation. And our transportations office is going to be pretty busy trying to figure that out. So again, we can't keep splitting the same staff's time on multiple projects. I think what we should do is call upon our County Board of Supervisors to work with us and include our metrics further in their sustainability goals, because that would really be a one Fairfax thing to do, and work on providing the infrastructure so that we can plug in our buses when we can get that money from the state, that $500 million. Thank you. I see Ms. Anderson's light? No? Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. I know one of the concerns that we've had with the buses that we do have that are electric is that none of them are in the Mason district because we do not have the charging stations. They can't make it up from Lorton or even as close as Springfield and be able to sustain for the entire day. So I do know we do require some more charging stations in order to operationalize this. But my question is for Dr. Reed in terms of what is the work that is taking place in this realm with your staff at Current?
So, Dr. Anderson, the current work is there's a great deal of grant writing to acquire the EV buses. They're quite a bit more expensive than a traditional diesel bus. And I think continued work with the county Get to Green program around advocacy for charging stations. So I think that's where the work currently is centered.
Thank you. And as Mr. Frisch mentioned, this board has already made it known that we want to transition. You know this as a superintendent, the prior superintendent knows this. What I see this motion asking for is for us to be a little bit more intentional when you are discussing EL 11 to include some of those discussions that you are having with staff. That's how I'm reading it, unless the motions, the makers of the motion see this differently. I don't necessarily see this as additional work. Do you anticipate something new beyond bring us some of those discussions that you are having as a staff in terms of how you are furthering this goal? Can somebody answer that?
I think that would be.
Which one's second, please? Dr. Anderson, may I recognize Mr. Dunn to provide an answer? Yes, Mr. Dunn.
I believe that you're right, that there has been the direction. This simply, as Mr. Frisch, Chair, has said, indicates that we are seeking additional information to be apprised of those discussions and have information such that we might be able to actually achieve that objective.
And these are the things that we're utilizing these executive limitations for. At the end of each of those votes, we have a conversation in terms of what else, what changes do we want to have added to the executive limitations. We haven't had any to date. I think there was a conversation once about a potential idea. I just see this as a potential idea that could have come when we discussed EL 11. It didn't. It's coming now because we're just in a different space. So I'll be able to support this because I see it as part and parcel of the work. It is our job to do the monitoring, not to tell them how to do it, but to evaluate the plans that will get to the means and the outcomes that we're seeking. Thank you.
Mr. Frisch, I believe you had a second turn.
I don't have a light.
Ms. Dixit.
I think what I interpret from the electric bus transition is that it'll be years till this thing program will go on. It'll be 2030 or 35, where even California is not there, who's so advanced than us in their electric infrastructure. We are limited infrastructure here, like Dr. Anderson said, and at the same time, it has to be at the same aligned what county is doing. So we cannot get there earlier than them. So I believe this motion is trying to get us when do we get there, but it's really, the language is a little complicated for me to comprehend till the end of it. I would just keep it as a direction of, just like we did in the previous motion, that cost-benefit analysis, and then stopped at infrastructure required, and then Dr. Reed can then just present that in her EL 11.
Ms. Dixit, are you offering an amendment then?
Yes.
Okay, can you please restate your edits? And the clerk, thank you for please putting that up on the screen.
I'll just say we can stop at charging infrastructure required, period.
Thank you. Let's give the clerks a moment.
I can second.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson seconds. Ms. Dixit, would you like to speak further to your amendment?
I think this is, again, continuous improvement year after year. We just have to see when we get there. And this is, again, with the grants, with the county infrastructure, this is not going to be a one-time thing. We'll have to kind of, I guess, revisit this every year, how we progress.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson, speak to the amendment?
No, thank you.
There are other members wishing to speak to the amendment. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
I appreciate the amendment, and I appreciate Dr. Anderson bringing up that we have a process for amending the EL 11 report. So it seems to me that this would be better brought there as part of that process instead of separate from that, because why else have the process to amend the reports? And if we didn't think of it then we didn't, but it seems kind of odd to amend the report through this process. But again, it's already in the EL 11. We already have a joint environmental task force. I don't see the need for this, and I don't think we should be being duplicative in our work. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment, which is on the screen? Perhaps the clerk, she can scroll a little bit so we can see the beginning of the amendment, if possible. It's on a page break. Okay, I will call for a vote to vote on the amendment, adopting the amendment. So all those in favor of the amendment to the motion as written on the screen, please raise your hand. That is Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. McDaniel, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Lady, Mr. Frisch, Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Mr. Moon, Ms. St. John Cunning, and myself. I believe that's unanimous. Great. So now the board will vote on the amended follow-on motion. Does anyone wish to speak to the amended follow-on motion? I see a few lights on. Ms. Dixit? Okay. Anyone else wishing to
No.
speak to the motion? Okay.
Sorry.
Great. So I will go ahead and call for a vote to adopt the amended follow-on motion. Let's just hold on. Got the thank you, Clerk Jackson. Okay, so that is motion. Thank you for your patience. I just want to get it on the screen. Okay, follow-on motion number 4. Just again, I move to direct the superintendent to present to the school board as part of the school year 24-25 Executive Limitation 11 Monitoring Report, a benefit cost analysis for achieving the board's Joint Environmental Task Force directive of replacing the school division's diesel school bus fleet with electric alternatives and building any additional charging infrastructure required. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That's Mr. McDaniel, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Lady, Mr. Frisch, Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, and Mr. Moon, and Ms. St. John Cunning. All those voting against the motion, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. All those abstaining, Ms. Anderson and myself. Will the clerk please read the vote?
The vote is 9-1-2. The motion carries.
Thank you.
I call on Mr. Dunn for a motion.
I move that the school board direct the superintendent to conduct a survey of FCPS teachers for the purpose of determining the approximate amount of money that teachers spend out of pocket on classroom costs, such as school supplies and snacks, each year. The survey shall differentiate between teachers in elementary, middle, and high schools, teachers in Title I and non-Title I schools, and teachers in schools in different regions. The superintendent shall present to the school board as part of the school year 2024-2025 Executive Limitation 5 EL5 Monitoring Report a draft plan to establish classroom budgets or augment school budgets so teachers are not required to purchase school supplies out of pocket.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Anderson. Mr. Dunn, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
One of the tragedies of public schools in the United States is that every year I see on Twitter, I see on Facebook, I see on other social media, teachers from within my district, from across the county, from across the United States, asking for strangers to donate dollars to enable them to purchase books, crayons, chairs, a variety of basic items so that their children their students can learn. I personally have donated thousands of dollars in recent years, both in my district and elsewhere, to support teachers who I've never met. It's absolutely heartbreaking, some of the appeals, and it's not just in Title I schools, it's all schools, all teachers. And there are entire software platforms that are dedicated to this, which is shocking. The fact that we're asking teachers who already work longer hours than anyone I know, who get paid less than anyone I know for comparable work, are asked to not just be superheroes, but to self-sacrifice so our children can receive a world-class education, it's morally wrong. And yet we tolerate it year in, year out. And this is a first step. I will put out there, if people have issues with some of the language, I will gladly support budget amendments to make it non-operational. But the objective is no teacher should have to spend a single dollar out of their own pocket so that their students can learn. That cost should be borne by FCPS, because if we're not going to pay them market salaries, we should at least make sure that they don't have to pay out of their underpaid salaries so their children have their students have all the implements, books, chairs, crayons, to have a meaningful world-class learning environment. We're one of the wealthiest places, not just in the US, but in the world. We should eradicate this cost from the pockets of our teachers and make sure that every teacher is able to use their own salary for their own purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Dr. Anderson, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, briefly. When I was teaching second grade, I would have loved for somebody to ask me this question as a teacher, because my meager salary of $27,719 was not enough to sustain me, but much of it did go to my students because I needed it. I wanted to make my classroom a welcoming place. I wanted to just have access to the things that my students needed. So I was at the teacher store. I was at the dollar store. I was at all the places to bring the things into the classroom to give them the best possible environment. What this is, again, is an ask for information. And I'm hoping it's not a heavy lift. This is essentially a survey that we're going to send out to our students. I hope to not be oversimplifying this, but I'm hoping this is something that ORC can kind of get together, send to our staff, and we have the information, and then we can decide what to do with that information. The superintendent can offer recommendations like we should do something or we don't have space to do anything. But absent the information, we will continue to have the anecdotes of teachers bringing this and lamenting it because it really should not be their jobs. So thank you again to Mr. Dunn for what he has shared, but that's the essence, and that is why I'm in support of this motion, and hopefully you all can be as well.
Thanks, Dr. Anderson. Mr. McDaniel.
We're trying to figure out how much, on average, the teachers spend out of their own pockets on class supplies. I Googled it. I got an answer. According to the NEA, from August of 2003, studies show that on average, educators spend somewhere between $500 and $750 of their own money every year on things students need. And I believe there's an IRS tax write-off for a few $100, I think $300 somewhere in there. My concern with supporting this is why I'm not going to support this. I don't want to look like we are dangling, paying for school supplies in front of our teachers, because I would not want to go down that route and then, because of budget concerns, have to retract that. So I think we have the answer. And for those reasons, I would not support this motion.
Thank you, Mr. McDaniel. Ms. St. John Cunning?
As someone that has worked down in the trenches in elementary schools and Title I schools, I want to clarify that there's a difference between necessary supplies and extra supplies. As a family liaison, I have like such an abundance of necessary supplies that we share with other people, where I ran out of storage, not just your necessary supplies that, you know, pencils, books, crayons, paper, spiral notebooks, scissors, rulers, and family liaisons amongst themselves know what all of these supplies are, and we trade off if they're needed. Glue sticks. And I really want for people to understand that if we're going to try to survey everyone, there are some teachers, depending on where they are in their career, that have extra access to their own accounts of money, and they go over the top because they choose to do so. And so when we're talking about snacks and supplies, I think we need to distinguish between what is necessary for children to learn, your basic school supplies, versus augmenting supplies. I am always supporting teachers. I am always doing the extra so that they can have all the extra things, but there is a differentiation there. And I think that's important, and I don't know if this will capture this. Right now, if any school, I know at the community school that I worked at, if any school right now is in need of pencils, they can call that school, because I've got so many boxes of pencils that are stored there. I have so many crayons that are stored there. I had, I should say. So I am all for supporting teachers. I'm all for them not spending their own money. But I also want people to understand that sometimes people make those choices. The other aspect that I want to say is that a lot of times where there are school supply, there is so much for a class that it's allotted by the administrator. And sometimes we have to look at how that administrator is divvying up their budget that they have a discretion at. So that's another thing I want to throw out. So just because of so many variables in trying to get this data, I can't support this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. St. John Cunning. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser?
I feel like the person who's raining on everybody's parade today, but maybe I misheard this, but it sounded like all this was being asked for was a survey, but actually the second sentence talks about a draft plan also. So I just want to be clear, this is, at least the way I'm reading this is more than just a survey, and I think part of that draft plan, I believe, could be part of the Baldrige work. If the Baldrige work is looking at efficiencies and plan, again, we have a plan to look at efficiencies and how we're spending our money. We don't want 8 different plans to look at that. It creates, it makes us out of alignment. If we have a plan, let's do that plan first and then figure out what we need to supplement it with. If we do 10 different things, we're going to do none of them well. So this is more than a survey, and to Mr. McDaniel's really great point, you can just Google it to give us at least an approximate idea of how much it is. Just times it by every teacher, and you got the answer to that, approximately. And then we have the Baldrige work to figure out all sorts of efficiencies and way to spend money. Let's focus on one thing and do it well.
Thank you, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. Ms. Anderson?
As someone who has spent a large part of the last decade clearing lists and providing resources to teachers, I fully support the concept of ensuring that our teachers are supported, which is late. I will also say that I agree with my colleague from Franconia that this is so variable per teacher that it's best handled by ensuring that school budgets support teachers in their classrooms, which I believe ours do. And what I would actually be more interested in is whether or not our principals are utilizing those funds in that direction. So I can't support this the way that it's written, particularly when we're talking about budgeting money for this right now. However, I do love the idea of continuing to look at what trades are being made within our budgets. So, but I fully support our teachers, and I love the fact that they have been so innovative to come up with a way to clear the lists of the things that make their classrooms home for our kids during the day. So I applaud their efforts.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I will take a turn. Good points have been raised by folks. As somebody whose partner is an educator, the number of Amazon boxes that have arrived at our home with school supplies or supplies for his teaching, the trips to Target, the trips to the Container Store, and on and on and on. Yes, it's an important issue. And it's the exact type of issue that I think collective bargaining can address when we think about the quality of life issues that our associations can bargain over when we get there. So I'm confident that they will look at all the different ways that they can improve their situation as they collectively bargain. And I'm not able to support this motion for some of the reasons that were stated here, but also because I believe that this should be handled through collective bargaining. Mr. McElveen.
Thanks. Just very briefly, I mean, I too support the intent behind this. What I would prefer to see is a study of school and classroom necessities that are not being provided. For example, tissues, paper towels, menstrual supplies, recycling cans, things that we're consistently hearing from students that we have shortages of in schools and that principals may not have the budgets for. So I think we need to address that before we move into other things. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. McElveen. Ms. Anderson, are you asking for a go back? All right. Mr. Dunn?
I just wanted to thank my colleagues for their informative comments, which have been very illuminating. And I also wanted to say I've never met a group of people who are so above and beyond dedicated to supporting our teachers and our staff. And I think that's reflected in a lot of the comments. Every single member of the board is beyond belief enthusiastic in that regard. And nothing I have said today or ever should be construed otherwise. One comment on the Baldrige report. It's become something of the Baldrige report does everything. I've heard just in the last 24 hours that it solves every problem and gives us free snacks too. So I again urge that the superintendent present the budget report to us, because from the conversations I've had, I don't think there's any consensus on what it actually is, does, the scope of it. From the reports I've seen and read about, it doesn't do any of those things, and it's very high level. So maybe I'm wrong, but we really don't know. And it's going to encumber our staff in a very serious way for the next 3 years, which shouldn't be done without some kind of briefing to the board and perhaps a vote of approval. As to the survey, it's 3 questions. 1, how much do you spend? It can be a fill in the blank, or 100, 200, 300, or more than 300. 2, Title I school or not, and 3, region. So it can be a fairly simple survey. Either confirm the NEA report or not. We're a higher cost district, so maybe we have higher costs. Data is always good, and I welcome any amendments by friends or otherwise.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Mr. McElveen? Oh, sorry. All right, seeing no new hands on the screen, we will go ahead and vote on the follow-on motion on the screen. All those in favor? Mr. Dunn, Mr. Moon. All those against? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. McDaniel, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Lady, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Ms. St. John Cunning, and myself, with Ms. Marin away from the table. Will the clerk read the vote?
The vote is 3-8. Ms. Marin is not present. The motion fails.
Thank you. I call on Mr. Dunn for a follow-on motion.
Thank you. I move that the school board direct the superintendent to present to the school board as part of the school year 2024-2025 Executive Limitation 5 EL5 monitoring report, benefit cost analysis of establishing a student loan repayment program for FCPS employees modeled on 5 U.S. Code Section 5379. For each employee, $10,000 per year with a maximum of $60,000, which shall complement student loan forgiveness programs operated by the federal government.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. McElveen. Mr. Dunn, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you. So federal employees, as public servants, have access to the same student loan forgiveness programs generally that teachers and other staff of FCPS have. But many of those programs don't take effect for 10 years, sometimes more, and sometimes they forgive only part of the loan, depending on which program you're participating in. In the meanwhile, student loans for the younger generation occupy a very significant impact on their income, cause some people to become undateable because they have so much money in student loans, and inhibit their ability to afford a mortgage, a better quality of life, etc. This is something that is common in the federal workplace. Almost every federal agency, as a recruitment tool, as a retention tool, has a student loan repayment program under this U.S. law that allows each employee to receive up to $10,000 per year, paid over 6 years for a maximum of $60,000. It's fairly low cost. It may seem like a lot of money, and it's not. You can also cap the number of people who participate, say 1,000 a year or 10,000 per year, so you can control the costs. It doesn't have to be indefinite. It doesn't have to be unlimited. But it's something that should be explored because we have a teacher shortage. We are limited in increasing teacher pay. This is a fairly limited investment and would potentially incentivize employees to come here and stay here, or existing employees to stay here. The parenthetical is included only for an explanation of what's provided in 5 U.S.C. Code Section 5379. So I encourage my colleagues to consider this as an opportunity to establish an additional mechanism, an additional tool by which we can recruit and retain the best teachers to teach our children and provide a world-class education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Dr. Anderson is away from the table. All right, Ms. Marin.
I was the seconder.
Oh, I'm sorry. She did so many of them.
A force of
All right, Mr.
habit.
McElveen,
Yeah.
I apologize.
So for a long time, I've been an advocate and supporter of having governmental programs that pay our educators to go to college or grad school. in exchange for years of service. I think in the absence of a program like that, this is a good substitute, and I'm always interested in receiving more information. So happy to support this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. McElveen. Ms. Marin. Oh, I apologize. Ms. Anderson. Oh, Ms. Marin. Ping pong.
I first learned of this idea maybe 10 hours ago. I've never heard it brought by any member of this board forward for discussion. Of course, I am for loan forgiveness, but this is so out of the blue. We have a new director, new chief of HR coming in a few weeks, whose job is to recruit and retain, and so I certainly hope that person will look at all the possible avenues. But again, information costs time and money. We cannot keep expecting to encumber the superintendent's time and get the results that we need. I don't agree with this motion, and I don't agree with this approach. I will not vote for this motion.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. I'll take a turn. So nearly every employee in Fairfax County Public Schools qualifies if they have a federal student loan for public service loan forgiveness. Additionally, I would guess that most employees in Fairfax County Public Schools who have federal student loans also qualify for income-based repayment plans. And so last year, the board unanimously approved a directive encouraging the superintendent to establish a mechanism within our HR department that actively encourages and helps facilitate the application process for public service loan forgiveness. That's now happening, and that's a good thing. Because, you know, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of educators were initially rejected from the program when it started under the Obama administration, and they were rejected under the Trump administration, rather, and they're now finding relief. And so we should continue doing that work. I don't think that we should be considering additional things like this. I would liken it to the previous motion, that I'm happy for folks to kick this around in collective bargaining. But as it stands right now, we are already doing more than many school divisions in the region as it pertains to loan forgiveness by actively helping employees apply for public service loan forgiveness and ensuring that they have the right paperwork to not only apply, but to be accepted in the program. Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Originally, I was going to support this motion, but having heard what some other board members have said about, especially Mr. Chairman, about our current program that with which we are trying to help our new teachers, I want to see how that is going first before we go into further. So, Mr. Dunn, I am not going to be able to support this one at this time.
Seeing no others, we will go ahead and vote on the follow-on motion on the screen, follow-on motion number 6. All those in favor? Mr. McElveen, Mr. Dunn? All those against? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. McDaniel, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Ms. Anderson, Mr. Moon, Ms. St. John Cunning, and myself. With Dr. Anderson away from the table, will the clerk read the vote? And Ms. Dixit also away from the table?
The vote is 2-8. The motion fails.
Thank you. I call on Mr. Dunn for a follow-on motion.
Final follow-on motion by me of the night, and I would like to just thank my colleagues for their patience for the many motions. I move that the school board direct the superintendent to present to the school board as part of the school year 2024-2025 Executive Limitation 5, EL5 monitoring report, a benefit, cost, and feasibility analysis of different options by which FCPS may generate recurring revenues, to include but not limited to the options presented in the FY 2025-2029 CIP follow-on motion report dated April 2024.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. McDaniel. Mr. Dunn, would you like to speak to your motion?
Briefly. I've already mentioned that next year may be a very difficult or even apocalyptic budget environment in which we won't receive, certainly not receive the same increase of $165 million that we received this year. and doubtful whether we'll receive such an increase from the state. In that environment, I have brought forward motions to try to provide additional financial flexibilities and opportunities to FCPS. This is one of them. There are multiple methods by which FCPS, which does not have taxing authority, unlike school districts and boards in certain states, may still generate certain recurring revenue streams. And it's important that we look at those to provide additional flexibilities and opportunities to, again, increase teacher salaries or make other investments. Thank you.
Would Mr. McDaniel like to speak to a second?
Quickly, frankly, there have been so many, I forgot about this one, to be honest, but I remember now. What I'm particularly interested in and why I was okay to bring this forward, and I know the superintendent and I have had some conversations about this, but looking at naming rights on athletic fields and stadiums, that's something that I think we're missing a golden opportunity to do. And there may be other things out there that we're missing the opportunity for, I don't know. So really the one I know that's out there is the naming rights. There could be others, and happy to second this.
Thank you, Mr. McDaniel. Ms. Marin?
Yes, so this motion is the next iteration of the CIP amendment I brought earlier this year, seconded by Dr. Anderson, which asks for the superintendent to come back with a list of possible revenue generating ideas. And so that was done. It's found in the 186-page follow-on document on page 26. I will say it is pretty thin. It just lists the possible ideas. I think a next step is to further cost out these ideas. I think, though, this example is interesting for the board to consider. What happens when we give a directive and it comes back and we want further action? Do we do it here? Do we do it as part of an EL? I just think it's important to notice the occurrence of this. I guess, I'll support it because it's based on something I asked for, but I'm unclear on what a benefit, cost, and feasibility analysis is. We don't have economists on staff. I guess I'd like to know further what else. I feel like this is kind of part of the board's work. Like, let's talk about these options fully. So again, I'd like to see all of the CIP follow-on information digested by the board and come to a fuller discussion about, we've talked about naming rights. The meals tax is on the revenue generation list. There's a whole gamut of things. So, there's things on there that it's out of the superintendent's hands. In some ways, for the meals tax, like it might be in our hands because we're gonna have to advocate that a portion of that get allocated to us. So I will support it because it's the next level of the work I initiated, but again, I don't think this is a really strong practice.
Ms. Sizemore-Heiser?
So this is part of the follow-on for the CIP. I also think it's interesting that we're talking about not giving the same raise to central office staff, but yet putting on economic work on our central office staff. Just an interesting observation. I agree with my colleague that if we get information that maybe isn't as sufficient we like, what's the follow-on to that? However, I will say that kind of proves my point. If we give 20,000 things for our staff to do, perhaps we're not going to get some things back as fulsome as we'd like. So I would recommend maybe we prioritize a retreat where we walk through all of these ideas and brainstorm and then figure out how to do it in a way that we actually get full information back that's actionable that we can work on. Otherwise, it seems silly to ask our staff to do something they don't have the bandwidth for, to come back with not decent or good enough information and not know what to do with that. I think that just proved my point right there. I appreciate you bringing that up. I'm not opposed to this. I don't know if we have the staff bandwidth to do this. I don't know what actually it will take. Do we need to hire an economist to do this? Like, what does this even look like? I would say this should wait till we have a retreat, and then we can talk about this. But we've put a lot already on staff from the ones that have passed. We put a lot on staff from the CIP motions. We have a lot from the cell phone motions. Every 2 weeks, I feel like we put a lot on staff. And pretty soon, we're going to start getting stuff back that we don't think is appropriate, and then we're going to get mad at staff. And I think we need to look at our own actions in that and figure out how to be in alignment and be strategic. I feel like a broken record. All these great ideas, I support them all. It's just we have to tie them together.
Thank you, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. Mr. Moon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to support the motion. At least I want to have our board start discussing about naming rights as one of the ways to generate revenue. One of the boards I served on long ago, from my perspective, for wrong reason, stopped pursuing it. I think we owe it to community and to ourselves to relook and reconsider that decision made about 10 years ago. And having said that, in response to one of the comments, I think Mr. Dunn, probably with all good intention, have said a couple of times that we are expecting apocalyptic budget year next year. That may very well be true. However, even if it becomes apocalyptic, we need all the fundings to support the best quality of education for our students. Growing up in Korea, that there was a saying that when times are tough, we may eat less and we may clothe less, but we never educate less. We got to keep that in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Ms. Anderson.
So I wasn't going to say this, but I also have a saying that I was brought up with, which is if you ask someone to bring you a rock and then you ask them to bring you another rock because they brought you the wrong one, it meant that you didn't give them enough direction the first time. So we did give staff direction, and they brought us back 11 rocks, and we haven't given them the direction as to which ones we want them to go look at more. And so I very much am interested in stadium naming rights, particularly if it could fund athletic field work. However, I would like us to do the work on our end first to make sure that we are giving staff a very clear direction as to the way to move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I'll take a turn. Dr. Reed, are you exploring the ability for us to pursue naming rights in our schools?
I have certainly had conversations about exploring it. I have not actively done that at this moment, but it's certainly something I've discussed with several board members and staff.
And others that might need to be involved in that conversation, I imagine.
Yes, sir.
All right. I think I'm persuaded by the argument that it's difficult to get what we're after if we're not focused in articulating what we're after. And so while I certainly appreciate the need for additional revenue and have advocated for such, I think this board would be well-minded to have some more focused conversations about the avenues we'd like to pursue before we try to cover every road on the map. So I'll be voting against the motion. Dr. Anderson.
I just wanted to share, and I don't know if it was said, I apologize, that this is very similar to a motion that Ms. Marion had brought earlier, last year.
They covered that.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Then I will not say any more other than that I will support it.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. If you are not asking for a go back, please turn your light off. All right. Mr. Dunn.
Thank you. People are talking about expressions. I always remember the ant and the grasshopper, and winter is coming, not in the Game of Thrones sense, but maybe. But the ant prepared. And I like to prepare, personally, professionally. If we know that a bad economy is coming and we'll have less money, then it is prudent from a planning perspective to see what other options are out there. And I'm thrilled that some of my motions have passed to further that objective. I I think this is not a big lift. We already have the options set. There might be other options out there in the one page. But while most of that follow-on motion report was fairly exhaustive in detail, and that was much appreciated because it was a great report, that one page was not. And it's something that deserves scrutiny. And as Mr. Moon has said, maybe there's historic resources we can draw on so you're not starting from scratch. But it is important for us to explore every possibility so that when we come to crunch time next year, this date, 1 year from today, I don't want us to regret the fact that we don't know what options are available to us because we haven't done our homework. That's why I'm pursuing this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
I think it's great to explore options. I think we've already directed the superintendent to do that, and if it wasn't sufficient, we need to ask her to come back with more, as opposed to doing it again. And that initial direction from Ms. Marin, if I recall correctly, included naming rights. So if the reason to vote for this is naming rights, we already did that. I think this also proves my point. If we keep just voting to do the same thing over and over again, well, I wasn't going to go that far, but yeah, I mean, it kind of is, right? So maybe we need to do something different. Maybe if the information that came back wasn't sufficient, we could ask Dr. Reed to come back with it again. But this didn't look like, to me, asking for her to clarify that. This looks like additional work on top of that. And we're now spinning everybody's wheels. So, yeah, naming rights were already included. I totally agree. We should look at naming rights. It's a great way to fund facilities. I mean, athletic fields and stadiums and all the things. But asking for more work and more work and more work, I believe in being prepared. I think that's what that other motion was aiming at. But I also don't believe in building a straw house when we can build a brick one. So I appreciate all the thought. I appreciate the desire to be prepared. I really do. But I think we have that. Let's build a brick house.
Ms. Marin.
Well, a saying that I like to say is, what can the 12 of us do that nobody else in this county can do? And I interpret that as we can advocate to our colleagues in elected positions at the county, state, and federal level. One of those items on that CIP follow-on list was the meals tax. It's certainly, to me, part of getting the state money. So I will have the humility and thoughtfulness to actually rescind my support for this. You know, it was my motion, but it's a really interesting conversation for this board to have pretty early in our tenure. We are only 5 months in to a 4-year stint. So having that meta analysis of how we work, how we like our students to have as well, like how do you learn, how do you work, I think is really important. And I think I know when to call it quits. So I will rescind my support on this motion.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. As I hear the conversation, something comes up for me that I hope we can all reflect on, which is if we have asked for something already and it came back, did we ask for the incorrect thing? And I think that's fair. But I also know that whenever we put forward these motions, we want to be very high level. We want to be very broad. That also results in not being as clear because we're avoiding getting into the weeds, but we offer nebulousness around what we're really seeking. So I'm hoping we use this moment as an opportunity when we're writing these motions moving forward, which is if I'm up here at 10,000 foot level, am I not going to get what I am asking for, which will bring us right back to this seat? It might mean we get a little bit more specific, and I think we've shied away from that, but we don't want to do this double work. So there's got to be that nice balance that gives us the data that we're looking for without being too much in the weeds. But I think we've over-elevated some of our asks that may have landed us here. I just wanted to offer that.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Seeing no others, we will vote on the follow-on motion number 7 that is on the screen. All those in favor of follow-on motion number 7? Mr. McDaniel, Mr. Dunn, Mr. McElveen, we're going to start over. Mr. McDaniel, Mr. McElveen, Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, Mr. Moon. All those against? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Ms. Marin, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Ms. St. John Cunningham, and myself. Abstentions? Ms. Lady, will the clerk read the vote?
The vote is 561. The motion fails.
Thank you. I call on Mr. Moon for a follow-on motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues, this is the last one for tonight, so a little more patience. I move that the school board direct the superintendent to include in the year-end review process, budget review process, consideration of a one-time bonus payment of $500 for all employees on the classroom instructional support, CIS, all employees on Schedule H, all custodial staff employees. This one-time bonus payment would be in recognition of the outstanding efforts and dedication demonstrated by these employees during 23-24 academic year. This compensation is expected to benefit approximately 7,600 employees with cost estimated at around $4.1 million. The superintendent shall analyze the budgetary feasibility and potential funding sources for such bonus payments and report back to the board no later than July 18, 2024.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. McDaniel. Mr. Moon, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. This follow-on motion deals with how we can provide more support for the least paid employees. Some of the least paid employees were within the school system. A couple of questions and concerns came to me from my colleagues on the board. One of them is, this is coming at the very last minute. The board has never had discussion about this. Yes, board has, correct, never had a chance to discuss about this. And I'm hoping that we'll have a chance to discuss about this at the year-end budget review. But one of the major reasons why I could not bring this one up was we didn't have final revised a budget proposal from the superintendent only until 2 days ago. General Assembly was very late in passing the budget. When we found out what additional revenue we would be getting, which was May the 14th, it took superintendent some time to craft the final proposal. Took her about a week. And then I didn't know what the newest proposal was going to be until I went to budget work session on Tuesday at 2 o'clock. And then we had a long day. And it was, I didn't get up until what? Around 8 o'clock, past 8 p.m. And then I needed to schedule a meeting with budget staff to see whether there was any other way to generate a little more revenue in creative way, which superintendent was able to do to support her final proposal. So what I'm trying to say is the reason that this came in the last minute is because of all those reasons I was not able to share this much earlier. Secondly, we're not making a decision. We're not making a budgetary decision tonight. We are asking superintendent consider and bring back, do some analysis and feasibility where the source of revenue could be on July 18th when we do the year-end budget review. And another question that came to me from my colleagues is this, whether these groups of employees are the only ones who have worked hard and dedicated for our students. No, that's not the case. All our employees are valued employees and they work hard. But these are the groups of employees who are the lowest paid. When we talk about earlier, we passed budget with a 4% compensation increase. For someone, members on our LT who may be making $250,000, the 4% was $10,000. For our teachers are not well paid, we say that, but the 4% is much higher than what our beginning instructional assistants gets, our beginning custodians get, what our beginning cafeteria workers get. You look at
Mr.
that.
Moon, that was your time.
Yes. Our 4% increase just barely covers inflation, barely covers with the high cost of living. I think this is a good way to send a message to our lowest paid employees that we do care about them.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Mr. McDaniel, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, everything that was just said. And I want to say who these employees are because it's kind of, technically worded here. Classroom instructional support, bus drivers, custodians, food and service workers, family liaisons. Why I'm okay bringing this forward, the lowest pay on this scale is $12.63 an hour. 4% is great. 4% at $12.63 an hour is not sufficient. And I'm comfortable bringing this forward, and I recognize that there is a concern about, pitting employees against each other. In this instance, when I weigh that concern with the reality of the financial implication of what 4% means to someone making $12.63 an hour, I override that concern with that $12.63 on 4%. For those reasons, I'm happy to bring this forward and support it. This is not recurring funds. It does not raise the baseline budget for next year. This is not an allocation. This is simply putting it on the list at year end that we've done with other items already for consideration at year end. So for those reasons, I was okay bringing this forward and supporting it.
Thank you, Mr. McDaniel. Dr. Anderson.
I remember a few years ago when we had a stipend for certain employees over the summer, and it was so welcome. And I don't want to add too much more besides what Mr. McDaniel and Mr. Moon have shared, but this is exactly the type of thing that I think we should be considering. In our caring culture and our goals to provide a living wage and our intent to make it somewhat a thought for our workforce to live where they work, this is not going to get us there, but it is definitely a step in the right direction. So I am happily going to support this motion, and I hope we can see this as an opportunity to just really help those who do not make as much in our division. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I will take a turn. As I said in the previous motion that indicated prioritization of one type of expenditure with year-end funds, I'm not comfortable voting for something that presupposes the superintendent's judgment. I would like to see what the superintendent wants to offer with year-end funds and then weigh what colleagues are interested in amending there. But if we tell the superintendent we want you to prioritize this, this, and this, and the two things that she's currently prioritizing were her priorities, then we will never know what, because that is exactly what she will do. She will say the board wants me to do this, so here's what it is. Then we won't know what her best judgment is. And then we can make a decision based on that conversation. So I'm not closing the door on supporting this. I just want to see what it is in the context of what she actually proposes, and then I'll make a judgment, just as I did on the previous motion regarding the additional pay that was to be prioritized in year end. So I won't be able to support the motion. Mr. Dunn.
Thank you. I always like to refer to the data. We've gotten a lot of data, and I thank Ms. Burden and her team and the superintendent for providing lots of useful information throughout the budget process. So one of the budget questions, question number 61, asked for custodial employees as an example. Where they currently rank relative to surrounding jurisdictions, and what does a 4% increase do? And for their, with a 4% increase, Fairfax will rank number 1 of 7 surrounding jurisdictions for minimum salary. But for midpoint and maximum, we would rank 5th. That's significant to me, because if you're starting out in your career, you're doing pretty well in Fairfax. But once you have a family or a significant other, once you maybe purchase a home or a condo, purchase a car, life gets a lot harder. And I think we have a moral obligation to do more for those who make sure that our teachers are supported in the classroom, our schools are clean, for those who feed our children, those who transport our children. Those are people who we need, and unfortunately, the cost of living has driven many of them far distances from where they might work. So we do need to address affordable housing, which is a county issue and a state issue, but we also need to do whatever we can to support them and signal that they are valued and their contributions are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Ms. Dixit.
This is a noble idea, first of all, my colleagues who brought this up. I do want to say that when we are talking about year-end funds, we do know that there is already a priority in special needs, teachers and other programs. Those are definitely, we have already promised, we have to deliver on that. Superintendent already has said she will take care of that in the year-end funds. I would, however, say that we should just wait for the see what is available at that time, and then make a decision on what we can do additional. And if we are doing anything, it should be across the board, whether it's $500 or $400 or $300, but it should be to all the employees. That's what I think. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Dixit. Mr. Moon?
I mean, I certainly welcome if board members suggest that we should do at the year's end for everybody, because that does not diminish our support for a lowest employees. But I just want to point out a couple of things that, superintendent had shared with me. This is for the public, that she was expecting more than $100 million a year-end surplus, because that's been the case for the last several years. Last year it was $127 million. And there's no reason for us not to expect similar amount this year. And the board has already given blessing, as some board members have already alluded, that for special education, we are putting in $25 million out of year-end, recurring cost. And we are also putting in $6.5 million for drop program. That benefits about 2,500 employees. That's average $2,600 per employee. And those are employees, the much higher paid employees, because they are near the retirement. So we are already doing that, have done that. This is sending a message, very warm, heartfelt message, caring message to our lowest paid employees.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. See no other speakers. We will go ahead and have a vote on the follow-on motion number 8 on the screen. I believe it's number 8. All those in favor? Mr. McDaniel, Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, Mr. Moon. All those in favor? Opposed? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Ms. Marin, Ms. Lady, Ms. Anderson, Ms. St. John Cunning, and myself. All those abstaining? Mr. McElveen, Ms. Dixit. Will the clerk read the vote?
The vote is 4-6-2. The motion fails.
Thank you. All right. We are through our follow-on motions. We will take a 10-minute recess and return for the rest of the agenda. A real 10-minute recess. We will begin promptly at 10:38. Board members, return to your seat. We'll be beginning in 2 minutes. Board members, please return to your seats. All right, we will go ahead and get started. Agenda item 5.02, action item, certification of closed meeting compliance. In order to comply with section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia, it is necessary for the board to certify that since the Fairfax County School Board convened a closed meeting on May 23, 2024, to the best of each board member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board during the closed meeting. Do I have a motion? Dr. Anderson, do I have a second? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, all those in favor? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. McDaniel, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Mr. Moon, and myself. That is, I don't see Ms. St. John Cunning, but she is not enclosed. All those opposed, abstentions, with Mr. McElveen away from the table, will the clerk read the vote?
So the vote is 10-0 with Ms. St. John Cunning and Mr. McElveen away from the table.
Thank you. Agenda item 5.03, action item, confirmation of action taken and closed. I call on Ms. Anderson for a motion.
Hold on, I'm getting there. I move that the teacher identified in closed session be dismissed from employment from Fairfax County Public Schools.
Is there a second? Ms. Lady. All in favor?
Second.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Lady. All those in favor? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. McDaniel, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Mr. Moon, and myself. That is unanimous for those at the table, with Mr. McElveen away from the table and Ms. St. John Cunning away from the table. I call on Dr. Anderson for a motion.
I move to deny the appeal of the employee that was considered on the written record and closed session, and to adopt the recommendation of the school board's hearing officer.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Lady. All those in favor? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. McDaniel, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Mr. Moon, and myself. That is unanimous for all board members here, with Mr. McElveen and Ms. St. John Cunning away from the table. Agenda item 5.04, action item, strategic plan goal 4, baseline report, equitable access and opportunity. I call on Dr. Reed for a presentation on the strategic plan goal 4 baseline report.
Good evening, Chairman Frisch, board members, and community. So our goal 4 report, just want to remind the board and the community that on May 9th, we held a work session to review the Goal 4 baseline report. And tonight, I just want to highlight some of the topics we shared during our May 9th work session. So a reminder that Goal 4 is actually the last of our 5 goal reports that are being presented this year. And Goal 4 focuses on equitable access and opportunity. And in particular, we looked at heavily on student outcomes, reading by 3rd grade, on-time graduation and attendance. On the next slide, please. Thank you. Also, the report highlighted different patterns of participation by student groups within existing courses. So tonight, I'm going to highlight some of the data from the work session, as well as discussing some of our planned next steps for equitable access and opportunity goals. We're going to take a look at elementary school first and take a look at a review, really, of our students enrolled in 6th grade advanced mathematics. Just knowing that during the baseline years, 35% of all 6th grade students were accessing advanced math across the division. However, there are gaps in certain student groups, which again, we have plans in place to address, and want to make sure that as we work through our strategic plan between now and 2030, that we're very intentional about addressing this issue. We also, in our elementary schools, have 2 different world language models. We have both dual language immersion, as well as our FLES program, which is foreign language in the elementary school. FLES is part of our special time and is a 1-hour-a-week program, often done in 2 30-minute blocks or 1 60-minute block. From the chart, you can see that currently we have about 56 schools that have such a program. However, there's not a particular difference between Title I and non-Title I in terms of offering FLES. We are, however, interested in looking at how that might be expanded. And so I did want to share on the next slide our thoughts around how this might occur between now and 2030. So what we did is we took a look at how many new schools might need to be added, and also how we would be thoughtful around planning in 24-25. So next, we want to talk a little bit about equitable access and opportunity just in general for elementary, if you will, enrichment courses. So one of the things we took a look at were 4 different categories, and we wanted to asterisk each category, because not only do we need to make sure we have equitable access and opportunity for these different courses at each of our 141 elementary schools, but we want to increase the inclusion opportunities for all students of all abilities in these elective courses. So it's if you will, a 2-dimensional chart plan. So this might include more exposure to world languages, fine and performing arts, and so forth. So just a summary chart really for elementary. Next, I want to take a look at secondary, middle, and high school participation. And if we take a look at middle school honors participation, on average, students across Fairfax County Public Schools are taking 2.1 honors courses each year. And again, that is an average because there isn't a 0.1 honors course. But on average, about 2.1. However, again, as I mentioned earlier, we do see differences among student groups. The numerator, just for those folks at home watching, the numerator is the number of classes taken, and the denominator is the number of students. So the denominator, of course, goes on the bottom and the numerator on the top. So we are, again, looking at participation and want to take a look at the, much as we did at elementary, kind of our CTE STEM middle school elective offerings. We heard a little about this in our CTAC report recently this week about what courses are available, and you'll see a little more of that even in high school. But at the middle level, we see the large majority of our middle schools are offering at least 2 electives in the areas of human services, STEM, and information technology. However, not all schools have equivalent offerings, and what you can see, for example, is that IT courses at the middle school include computer exploration, coding, and computer solutions. As we think about the explosiveness of other technology options around AI, quantum, and so forth, we're going to need our curriculum, again, being responsive to that. As we think about moving forward, middle school, other enrichment offerings, again, each of our schools are listed in terms of what they're able to offer, and there seems to be much more accessibility that's equivalently and equitably distributed around the county in these areas, but high levels of 2 or more course offerings at the middle school occurring in the fine and performing arts. As we look at middle school world language offerings and thinking about accessibility and opportunity, we do know that at the middle school, 96% of our schools, of our middle schools, are able to offer at least 2 different world languages. And the majority, 62%, were able to offer at least 3. However, it does differ school to school. And we do know that the schools that had the largest number of world languages available were our secondary schools. And those would be our 7th through 12th schools, and almost by design have access to more options. Looking at high school participation in advanced coursework was another measurement in Goal 4. And on average, high school students complete 2.5 advanced courses each year. However, we continue to see different outcomes or differences between student groups. And so this is, again, in our planning and our work moving forward, these are data points that we're going to be addressing. In the next slide, where we discuss CTE and STEM course offerings, we again, the CTAC report this week, illuminated some of the different courses, the challenges, you might even characterize them as barriers for students in some schools to access these courses, many of which are in academy settings where transportation has been a concern, and or time, courses that may need to be missed to accommodate transportation. However, we do note that 96% of our schools do offer 2 or more education and training courses. So I think they just don't all have the same vast array. In thinking about high school elective offerings, I think this slide, again, is fairly thoughtful. What we do see here is that high levels of schools offering at least 1 course in IT, engineering, and computer science pathway, with more variance in the schools that offer 2 or more. So the appendix of this report provides information on which academies house these programs, and a reminder for those watching online that the full Goal 4 report is also posted to board docs. I'm just presenting a summary this evening. When we look at the availability of fine and performing arts at our high schools, again, these tend to be more consistently available across the division. And again, it's important to note that for some of these electives, a student may take the same course for multiple years, which enables them to continue their work throughout multiple years. In reminder that recently, I know as I was coming into the division, there was a career pathways study that was completed. We have linked that study to the slide as well as to the presentation that's online. And so there was a review done of our course offerings and the connection to the regional workforce here in Fairfax County. The report did indicate and identify a need to expand availability of coursework in information technology and education pathways. And that's part of the data we've used in thinking about informing our next steps on this goal. Our world language offerings at high school is an interesting data point as well. What we have found is that all of our high schools were able to offer 3 or more world languages, with the majority of schools, 64%, offering 4 or more world languages. I do know that one of the world languages that's in particular high demand at the moment is ASL, and we've really had a conversation with our HR team in terms of recruiting students that teach American Sign Language. As we think about more consistent world language offerings, we looked at what we might do, for example, if we wanted to begin offering a minimum of 4 world languages, we really have to be thoughtful about how that might look. Currently, all schools offer 3. If we want to take that number up to 4, we have to think about that multi-year phase-in. If we want to take it to 5, we have to think about how we might adjust that. This is a draft. So, you know, I think we have many choices, but again, this would be one way to consider the expansion of access and opportunity in the world language area. And on the next slide, we took a look at what might be possible across all enrichment courses and advanced coursework, and looked at how we might determine what number of minimal course offerings we would intend, and then what are the next steps that we're going to need to create to do that. And we're beginning that work actually next week with a review of data that we're pulling in terms of the actual number of students at each school in the courses. Not the data I've provided you this evening is the courses that are available, and in general large bucket students that are in, but we're going to be actually drilling down over the next couple months before the start of the next school year to look at the number of students in different courses at this point. So again, with the goal that we're ensuring and that we're increasing inclusive opportunities as well for all students. So the last section, we want to look at access to inclusive opportunities and supports. And here we see the 3-year baseline. And I know the data, this is 2021-2022 division report. Does have a target of 72.1% for indicator 5A, which we have not met, we've never met. I believe last year we were actually at 48%, whereas it says 55%, that's the 3-year baseline number. So we have quite a little bit of room to grow in this area. Indicator 5A actually specifically looks at inclusion starting in kindergarten through age 21. And as I indicated, we have continued to lag in this category. The other thing that we're looking at is the number of students who are enrolled in academic support classes. And the data shows that 14% of all middle and high school students are accessing academic support classes. We're looking at a variety of other methodologies to provide, for example, executive function supports, perhaps within advisory sections. I know that was a pilot idea several years ago, and we're sort of re-energizing that thought and working particularly at the middle school level where students have options to sign up for other electives in terms of what we can do with executive functioning skills, not just as part of strategies for success, but also as part of advisory for students. So as we think about the big ideas and considerations for next steps, I just want to summarize, these are some of the areas of opportunity and the considerations that we are taking into account. There are a number of topic areas because Goal 4 really is at the heart of a lot of the work that the strategic plan intends for us to achieve by 2030. So I believe there's one more slide, our plan next steps. And again, we're going to continue the data analysis, as I mentioned, in fact, in some areas very shortly. We also have a world language survey tool that we did in terms of data that I attached, or we attached, I don't think we attached to the slides, but we attached to the report. We did that and completed that in December. And had, I believe, over 7,000 community members, parents respond to that, so that that information could help inform next steps. There will be other data to take a look at in terms of specifically course-taking pattern data for students, and looking at National Clearinghouse data in terms of what our students do after they leave us. So a different set of recommendations will continue within specific curriculum areas, and multi-year transition plans will need to be built. So at this point, I think that is it for the presentation on Goal 4, Chairman Frisch, and I'm happy to take any questions from the board.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. At this time, I will now invite board members to ask any clarifying questions or provide comments. I call on Mr. Dunn.
Thank you. Only slide 8 references immersion programs. What is your plan for immersion schools?
So one of the things, I'm sorry, Mr. Dunn, you said slide 8. Okay. The immersion schools, part of what we did with the foreign language survey for the community is look at the languages that were most of highest interest. So I think that our plan is to look at space within schools and the highest demand languages to contemplate whether we want to move forward with immersion or FLES.
I met with a FLES teacher the other day. She mentioned that there was 1.5 FLES teachers for 800 students. Her words almost verbatim were, it was absolutely impossible to meet the intention of training students to become fluent in a foreign language in 60 minutes a week. And also stated that it stressed her beyond belief because she had to grade students or otherwise certify their fluency or meeting requirements. I am a supporter of increasing exposure to world languages. I'm not sure FLES, unless it's redesigned, is the vehicle to do that. I think we need to go back to 2013, 2014. There was a report prepared by a 36-member group that recommended expanding immersion schools by 5 schools per year over a number of years. You can also look at taking immersion schools and making them into magnet schools, because I think if you were to eliminate Fox Mill, Japanese immersion program, German at Orange Hunt, French at Kent Gardens, I think you'd have quite an uprising of parents because those are wonderful communities with strong linkages to the countries referenced in those programs. I think FLES needs careful study, and I'm committed to working with my colleagues to strengthen the World Languages program. I appreciate your commitment to expand it, but if we're expanding it without expanding fluency and really broadening horizons, then I question whether that's the path that should be undertaken. If, only in the United States could 60 minutes a week be deemed as really exposing people to a world language and a world culture. It falls far short of what any other country would provide. Not to criticize you, Dr. Reed, but it's been that way for a long time, and we have to take a hard look at, are we actually increasing fluency? I believe my colleague, Mr. Moon, has told me previously that in Korea they learn English for 2 to 3 hours a day for at least 3 days a week, if I'm remembering correctly. I welcome his correction. And that actually provides depth. And of course, foreign languages also enhance the same areas of the brain for STEM, for music, for art, and learning multiple foreign languages. Study after study shows enhances literacy and numeracy at a very young age, because the brain can learn as much as you challenge it. But if you don't challenge it, then you can actually slow down learning. So I wanted to ask, have you considered the best practice nationwide is to convert immersion schools from a segmented program or a segregated program to a whole school program?
As you mentioned, there have been several studies done here in Fairfax County Public Schools, and I know staff have reviewed them, including, actually Mr. McElveen shared with me that we used to evaluate or assess our FLES program annually, and I did talk with Dr. Presidio about that and pulled the most recent report for the assessment for FLES, which I believe was 2014, and I'll forward that to the rest of the board for a Friday letter. I think there are a variety of programs at this point, and certainly just an abundance of languages that we might consider here in Fairfax County. So I will certainly continue to work with staff to review best practice, as well as I would encourage the board and the community to take a look at the language survey we did in December, kind of in preparation for this conversation around expansion. Because the community had there's some clear lines of demarcation around language.
Could I also ask about arts programs? I've heard at a number of schools across the county that there have been perceptions of reductions in availability of band teachers or other, well, arts programs where it's not centrally funded. So I wondered if you had considered the possibility of centrally funding all arts programs to ensure their consistent availability at all schools consistent with One Fairfax.
Yeah, there are no plans to cut our fine and performing arts programs. I think our fine and performing arts programs are central to a well-rounded education and a core value here in Fairfax County. I know at the secondary level, often courses, not just fine and performing arts, but all types of elective courses are really dependent and linked to student sign-up. So I think we certainly, coming out of COVID, I think chorus and guitar are two courses that I've heard, particularly in some school locations, have been slower to come back in numbers. But there's no plan to cut the fine and performing arts. So there are a variety of staffing formulas we use for different content areas, CTE, languages, and so forth. And I'm looking forward to just a general review of those staffing models, but there's certainly no plan afoot to cut staff in fine and performing arts.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Mr. Moon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think this particular data or information has been provided or asked for by the board members, but the one question that had been on my mind for a long time is this. There are schools in the county, especially high schools, where because of a number of students who can enroll is so small, the school is unable to offer those classes, high-level math, high-level science classes, etc. I mean, I understand because we provide the staff based upon our staffing formula, and principals, building principals, have to make tough decisions whether to offer those or not. But that then basically denies students in certain schools an equal access, unless the students' pupil is placed to another school.
Right.
Or go to academy, etc. How do we, going forward, provide more equitable access to certain programs for all students in all schools?
So I think we're going to have to look at more creative ways to offer coursework, whether it's asynchronous or synchronous connections, because we really can't offer a classroom teacher for 3 students, for example. At the number of schools we have, that's not going to be sustainable. So I think we're going to have to look at, first and foremost, how do we build a broader foundation? Because as we pyramid up, right, if we have more students that have a foundation to take some of our more advanced courses, the likelihood that there'll be enough students in a section grows. Having said that, I think at schools where maybe we don't have the ability to, for discrete math, for example, maybe, or differential equations, maybe we look at a different model for students so they're able to take the course, but maybe not in person, every other day 2-hour block as students are able to do. And when you think about university today, there are many university courses that I would characterize as hybrid learning, where there's some of the instruction that occurs on a technology platform with discussion boards and so forth, and some of those that become lab settings. So I think we're going to have to be more creative with some of those singleton electives or enrichment courses, because I agree with you, it shouldn't, you know, if only 4 other students are ready, that shouldn't stop a student from being able to access that content. It just may need to be accessed differently.
And would you be able to come back to the board sometime in the future to share more about this?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Dr. Anderson?
Thank you. One of the things that I was hoping to see here, and perhaps it's in conversation, is what is our expectations as a division? What are our goals regarding language? Because I don't know if that's fully clear in terms of what we intend to get out of that programming.
So when you say that programming, are you, which grade level?
I mean, regarding, let's say FLES, let's focus on elementary. I know much of the language here says exposure. Let me just kind of go on to my second part of the second part of my question, because I think depending on the goals of the division, that might impact how we treat what the community wants to see out of the programming, because we could have an opportunity where those are not aligned, but we haven't yet defined what is it that we're looking for our students to achieve out of FLES as a division, not just the exposure piece. Are we looking for it to be a continuation onto middle school and high school, which would mean we would tighten the types of languages that are offered rather than having the community build it from the ground up, which is what essentially occurs from those surveys.
Right, and the surveys are part of our regulation around, you know, citing new programs. In my research around FLES originally, what I have is that FLES is focused on meaningful and purposeful communication rather than grammatical mastery, as well as opportunities to explore cultural aspects of the target language. So we currently offer FLES in 7 different languages across 56 schools at the elementary level. I don't see necessarily that the ability to fluently speak, or I don't know if you call it fluently write, but to write, you know, in that second language, I don't see those as targets, nor do I necessarily see that as realistic in 60 minutes a week, even though it is over a number of years. I do think, though, that the ability to better understand that culture and to have some, you know, I think, ability to have purposeful communication, core communication skills, clearly is or has been a goal. So I don't know if those goals shift over time. I think, Dr. Presidio, do you have a recollection of when FLES began in the division, or perhaps some of our more, you have thoughts on that?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the year that FLES began, but I mean, we've had the program for several decades for sure. And the program goals have always been, as you stated, right, with the recognition with the limited number of minutes that we're able to provide in the school day, that we're really trying to get that exposure to the language, to the culture, and some basic communication skills, with the hope that students that are interested will continue to pursue that language in middle school and high school. So we create those vertical articulation agreements that if a school is offering a particular language at elementary, that where they're feeding into is the middle and the high school, that will offer those languages there as well. But I mean, I think, you know, we've had a number of studies of the FLES program over the years, and you know, a consideration of continuing this conversation about if we want to, you know, adapt those goals for FLES, certainly is reasonable, but would require additional instructional minutes in the school day if we were going to, you know, set more ambitious goals and targets for the program.
And I guess what I'm looking for is, in your discussions as a leadership team, do you find that these goals continue to serve us as they were defined many years ago? And if not, what does that potentially mean for the future of the program? You don't have to answer it right now, but it's just something that I still see as an area that is not yet clear, because it leads to a lot of other things. One of the things that I wanted to talk about on slide 7, the equitable access and opportunity. This is still in draft form. Can you speak a little bit more in terms of what does regular exposure mean? And we could skip the world language and go to STEAM and fine arts. Regular exposure, is that once a week? Is that twice? What is the expectation?
Well, I think what we're trying to determine is all of the topics you see on the chart are important in elementary school, all of them. And as we think about each of those regular, I think STEAM, where it's being used in schools, Dr. Presidio, is it like 30 minutes a week, 30 minutes every 2 weeks? It looks really different school to school currently, or not at all in some schools, but am I on the right track here? It can be, so I guess regular might be weekly, might be every 2 weeks, but what we're trying to do is create a rhythm at every school.
So this is now our expectation, because
I
none
think
currently
it needs
exists.
to be. Yes, I think when we are, when we look out by 2030, when we've hit all our strategic plan targets, I think working backwards, we need to have regular exposure. And I would call it more than exposure, but regular STEAM instruction for all students. And I think one of the things, as you know, that we're really committed to enrichment-wise are also the Math Olympiad and Science Olympiad. And you heard that in the TPAC report, that the schools who traditionally haven't had that participation are absolutely going to have it in the fall. So that can be exposure to STEAM instruction, right? When you talk about Science Olympiad, having students in those science labs and working on those science skills. So it would be my intent that we have regular instruction in all of those areas as a consistent practice.
And I love those programs, but I also know that they serve a very small number of students compared to an elementary school's population. Since this is still in draft form, I definitely am looking forward to some more refined language that speaks a little bit more closely to what our goals are as a division to achieve some of the other measures that we have in the strategic plan. Lastly, I wanted to talk about slide 19. Let me make sure I find it here. Consistent world language offerings. One of the things that I see here which tends to offer angst to individuals is in fall of 2025, there's some conversation here about a transition plan to sunset. And again, I don't think that's a bad thing. I know it causes angst because we can't afford to have 15 languages across the board. So we do have to have the conversation in terms of what will we no longer have. So I've appreciated that, but can you expound a little bit? Thank you.
Sure, and I don't necessarily, in the multi-year transition plan to sunset programs and staff positions, doesn't necessarily mean world language programs, right? I mean, I think if we're offering, one of the things we talked about even in the CTE report yesterday, if we're going to offer, for example, a variety of new courses and students are in those new courses, they're not in some other course. So we're not going to be able as a division to continue to layer on courses for students without sunsetting something. I don't know what that's going to be. It may or may not be a language. It may be fill in the blank. I don't know. But as we think about our curriculum, which has remained, I think in the CTE report, they said the aviation and drone course are the first new courses in quite a little while. So, and again, the pandemic disrupted a lot of our thinking and planning work. But we're going to have to make choices, right, as we face this new future. And whatever those choices are going to create a need for something to add, which means there'll be a need for something to subtract because we have a finite number of students at this point.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Ms. Dixit.
Thank you, Dr. Reed, for the presentation. And I'm actually on the slide 15. It's the availability of select CT STEM high school elective offerings. And when I looked at the CS courses, it says only 63% of the schools have more than two, and high schools offering 2 or more courses. So this is where I think our biggest area of improvement. And as we know where the world is going, and our students definitely need more access. So some students who are good at science, and not science, computer science, when they come to high school, they literally have 1 or 2 courses they can do in a typical high school, not considering TJ and academy. Even with the academy, it's not easy to work with their current schedule and keep going to the course. Sometimes they get full very fast. So the base high school, like you said earlier, having a maybe virtual option or a hybrid option, where students can actually, from the 9th grade to 12th grade onwards, they can continue their journey in CS. It could be starting with the data structures, and then maybe moving on to the further AI and things like that. Also notice that in middle school, there is no programming or CS. It's currently right now, maybe as an elective, it's maybe in some schools, but that was not my experience when my own kids were. Elementary school is even worse. It's like they don't know what is computer science. Now they're, I guess, learning a bit more now. So we have come a long way in terms of making them understand, but I think those seeds have to be planted for CS also in elementary school. They can do those block programming at 8, and I think I've seen that in one of your presentations, the kids are doing that mathematical blocks, and that's a basic of programming. And that's kind of where I wanted to see us growing, is that we start them from very early and elementary, and then middle and high school. That's where we're creating the next generations of our students who are ready to take on the world.
Yeah, there's nothing more fun than being in a kindergarten class with B-bots, right, that are being programmed to maze run. So I definitely agree, and as we look at our course taking patterns, I know that's a priority. I appreciate you pointing out the data point.
Thank you, Ms. Dixit. Mr. McElveen.
So this is a fantastic presentation, much improved from what we saw at the work session.
Yes,
so
sir.
I'm grateful
Yep.
to you and staff for the revisions that were made. It's much more fulsome, and I think it gives the community a better idea of where we might be headed. So there was a question about what our goal with world languages is, and I think it dates back to 2006 and the adoption of the SAGs, at which point we said that, or prior boards said that the goal was fluency in 2 or more languages, right? And we've continued that over the years. Mr. Dunn referred to the 2014 report, which came from the Internationalization Working Group. That was a direct initiative of this board to answer this same question we're dealing with now, which is how do we expand and do so prudently? And unfortunately, we haven't followed what that report laid out. In fact, in many cases, we've gone backwards, where we talked about better vertically articulating. We've lost programs that were supposed to be vertically articulated. I'm thinking of Chinese at Chesterbrook as one example. So there's much work to be done on that initial report, much less on what we're currently doing. So how long has FLES been around? I had FLES in elementary school in the mid-90s, but it was an after-school program, and it was a paid program, and it was sponsored by the PTA. So we've made some progress since then, I think, so that every student in a school can get it, but we still have the equity work to do to expand it. The survey that was mentioned that went out last December, as a parent, I was taking that, and I had to stop midway because Chinese wasn't an option. And so I'm afraid those survey results are flawed. Okay. So for what it's worth, that's unfortunate. But I think our trends as a system mirror national trends. We see that Spanish, French, and ASL are the 3 most popular languages in the US. And I think that, as you said, the rise of ASL is very much reflected here. On FLES, which Mr. Dunn brought up. I have been an eyewitness to the transformation of a FLES program at my elementary school. Last year, per remarks that Ms. Lady made at the work session, it was the #1 complaint we had at the school. We brought in central office curriculum folks to work with the teacher and improve the curriculum. And I was talking to the principal the other day, there have been 0 complaints this year. It's far improved, so it's possible to get there. It takes the work. And the last thing I will end with is something I've talked with Sloan about, I've talked with you about, is the overarching question we as a board have to answer is, to what extent are we going to take a centralized approach versus a local decision approach? I think there's value in making decisions as a board as where we want to go, because that's the only way we'll get there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McElveen. Ms. Kareem.
My comments are really similar to Ms. Dixit. So I know on slide 15 it says 15 out of the 24 high schools only offer 2 or more CS classes, and my school has a 4-year CS plan. So freshman year you get to take foundations, and then APCSA, data structures, and CS capstone. And I'm currently in that CS track, so I'm a junior taking data structures right now, and I started my freshman year. And just building my CS skills each year has been really nice because I've been able to expand my skills. And I get to do that all the way up until senior year. But kids at other schools, they might have to stop at APCSA, which that coursework isn't as rigorous as CS capstone or data structures. So it's a huge inequity, especially since CS is a big factor behind AI right now. We all know AI is going to be the future. And so I think it's something that we should definitely focus in terms of expanding that class to other schools and expanding like the 4-year plan versus a 2.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kareem. Ms. Lady.
I'm going to piggyback a little bit on our student rep and then add some other things, and that's just about recruitment, right? I think some of the issue is when we're talking about some of these CS classes, it's been my experience as someone who built a master schedule that you have to have the skill sets within your building to teach that, just like you have to have the skill sets within your building to teach even multivariable calculus or differential equations and things like that. So I just want the public to be aware that while we have a definite interest in it, that's a tough thing, and I'm going to bring up at the same time, and Dr. Reed, you and I have talked about this already, but the shortage of ASL teachers. It's my understanding that there's approximately 150 students on the wait list for ASL at Fairfax Academy. And ASL is also something that can be taught in other schools, and we offer through the online campus. I just want to elevate that as well, because while we offer that course, we don't have teachers for it right now. And we are working hard to recruit them for next year, and hopefully we will find them. But people need to be aware that certain skill sets are in high demand in other places, and as we've talked about earlier with the budget, more lucrative jobs than teaching. So hopefully we can find that. But to the point of all of these conversations, when we're talking about machine learning or all the different things that we need to be doing, that's going to be a challenge. So I also want to elevate the need for business partnerships and to be nimble in how we do scheduling, and hopefully create some memo of understanding with different industries where our kids can go out and learn more on the job. I think that's going to take a little bit of time, but I hope not as much time as many things seem to be taking, right? So hopefully we'll move a little quicker. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Lady. Ms. St. John Cunning.
Thank you. I would be remiss if I did not comment on this, having 3 daughters that went through the Spanish immersion program, and just want to highlight the importance of the immersion programs in our schools. Personally, I think studies have shown that, we have a partial immersion versus full immersion program, and studies have indicated that the better way to go is to go with full immersion. Understanding all the budget cuts and having the right people around to do this, and having people that can teach that in the schools and enough kids to be able to take it. But I really just want to express the impact that having that different language has on all our students. As for FLES, I know it's a little bit different, and it's offered in elementary schools, and I just want to, as we look at what we want FLES to be and what goals we want it to have, I feel that sometimes it's that exposure that is necessary, just as with band and orchestra in elementary school. They don't have enough time during that allotted time to really learn the instrument, but they're exposed to it. From there, some students decide to follow on and get involved at the middle and high school level in the orchestra or in the band, or in, as in with music, then they go on to choirs, and as with PE, then they enroll in sports. So I think we've got to look at FLES as something as an exposure to the culture and an exposure to language and how it develops different ways of thinking, although that goal may not necessarily be the same as a full-on immersion program. And I think it's important not to lose sight of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. St. John Cunning. If you are not asking for a go back, please turn your light off. Mr. Dunn.
I'd like to ask on slides 4, 9, 13, 22, and 23, there are different student groups represented. We don't seem to track, or at least not reflected here, LGBTQIA+. Is that data tracked at all?
We don't ask students to self-report that data, so I don't believe we are tracking that data for these purposes in terms of class selection.
Okay.
The data would be, for example, on some surveys that are done, but in this case, these are actually, we pull this information out of the student enrollment system.
I did want to thank you, Dr. Reed, for the work you're doing. I mean, as Mr. McElveen said, this is a great improvement over the prior presentation, and I appreciate the plan that you have on slide 19. I think what the public needs to understand is that we have a mishmash of programs across FCPS resulting from different initiatives in different years. And so you're undertaking a Herculean task to try to standardize and make sense of it, which, especially for economically disadvantaged students, is beneficial because they frequently are mobile between schools over different years. And to have a consistent curriculum and consistent course offerings is highly beneficial, as well to our military families and others that might move more frequently. One thing I wanted to point out, just in moving to standardization, I hope that the final goal of offering a minimum of 4 world languages, I just want to emphasize the minimum, that we don't establish only 4 world languages, but indeed continue to offer diversity, especially based on the nature of the community, because there are certain pockets. There's a Korean American community, there's different communities of Afghan refugees and others that we should respect and try to make sure we have courses matching the needs and requirements of those communities. And also to establish programs respecting heritage speakers of Spanish over multi-generations. And like Ms. St. John Cutting, my 3 children all participate in the Spanish immersion program at Fort Hunt Elementary, and their lives are much richer and better for it. And so expanding immersion is something that I believe should be a priority, but can be overtaken over a longer period of time. Earlier this year, I mentioned revising the contract with the STEAM curriculum provider. So I just encourage, as Mr. McElveen mentioned, continuing assessments of the effectiveness of the content we're using, whether by contract or in-house.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Ms. Dixit.
I'll be quick. I'm just going to take something what Ms. Lady said about the shortage of the teachers for CS and ASL. Again, it's a challenge, we know, but I was wondering if there is a partnership arrangement can be done with GMU or any university. I know some students already go to GMU. My son is taking a course there right now as a senior, but it's not in CS. It's like math courses are available right now. So that's one opportunity I guess we can explore. The other is for ASL, I was thinking about Gallaudet University in DC, which is for ASL, for deaf and hearing. My brother went there, so I know well about that school. So just talking to them if they would be able to again do a partnership with us, because some of these things can be done with I guess with some discussions, and at least to explore that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dixit. Dr. Anderson to take us home.
Yes, and I'll be quick. There's just a couple of things that I did not see here as part of the next step, since you had some new components. I didn't see a focus on academy offerings. I know that's been the hot topic of conversation everywhere regarding the expansion. And another piece that we talked about quite a bit during the work session was, because I think one of these components here is evaluation of programming, because ensuring that it's consistent across a division, just having a review of that would be very helpful, so people or parents and families are not feeling as if what is happening at school X is at a much higher level than what's taking place at school Y.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I call on Ms. Lady for a motion. Oh, I didn't realize it was a question. I thought it was a comment. Go ahead, Dr. Reed.
Well, the academy courses, I think we did discuss those, and I think one of the goals we have is creating more options at base schools because of the amount of time students lose often to travel to academies. So I don't know that we put that in here directly, but it's something we certainly can add. It's part of our, I think if we look at the slide that was more of a summary slide, okay, so slide 20, we probably should have written it in there, but it might include, what we're really talking about is creating, thank you, appreciate that. What we're really talking about is making sure that we're able to increase access, and so what sits under this chart is going to be increasing numbers of courses, obviously at base schools. And in fact, the aviation and drone program is starting at a base high school because we just know, and when we talked about small engine repair and like greenhouse building and that type of thing in the CTAC report, those are things that we can find space in a base school, I think.
So once these are no longer draft, maybe you can add that additional language.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I call on Ms. Lady for a motion.
I move the school board approve the Goal 4 baseline report as division's starting point for the work toward achieving the goals in our strategic plan 2023 to 30.
Is there a second?
I second.
Ms. Marin. Ms. Lady, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I think we've had a healthy discussion. Thank you.
Ms. Marin, would you like to speak to your second?
I will just briefly say that I think it's helpful to have the discussion about world language, and we also had that at the work session, and I hope that we can continue to find the best approach to effectively educate our students in world language. Thank you.
Seeing no others, I will call for a vote for the motion which is on the screen. All those in favor? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. McDaniel, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Mr. Moon, Ms. St. John Cunning, and myself. That is unanimous for board members at the table with Mr. Dunn away. All right, we will move on to agenda item 6.01, Performance Review Technology, EL12 Monitoring Report. I call on Dr. Reed for a monitoring report of Executive Limitation 12 Technology.
Thank you, Chairman Frisch, members of the board, and the public. Tonight, it's my exciting thrill to present Executive Limitation 12, which addresses technology in the division. And I want to start off by thanking Mr. Gautam Sethi, our Chief Instructional Technology Officer, and his entire team, as well as our Chief Academic Office, which works in tandem with our Office of Technology. So as we move to the next slide, one of the things I just want to make sure I certify is at the time of this report, to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief, the information I'll share this evening is true and correct. So let's go ahead and hit slide 3, please. Again, for those watching online, the full monitoring report is attached online if you want to go visit that and read it. It has a lot of hyperlinked data, charts, and so forth. This evening, I'm simply presenting an overview in a summary format. I want to remind the board that there are 8 areas of EL12, and on this slide, you see 4 of those areas. On slide 4, we see the remaining items, or the remaining 4 measurements for EL12. Tonight I'll be highlighting selected areas, but again, the full report is on board docs. So the first topic is really around the implementation of an innovative, future-focused, comprehensive, and efficient approach to provide accessible and equitable technology resources. Again, we want to make sure we're providing modern and age-appropriate, developmentally, in particular one-to-one devices to all grade levels, including our pre-K2 students. And we continue to maintain that commitment as the need arises in terms of equipment replacement. So it's really quite a significant investment, both in time and resources in this case. The next slide, slide 6, I want to do a reminder that this year we had high school student devices being refreshed with new laptops that featured a bigger screen and longer battery life at a lower cost than the 2019 purchase point. And that's actually because technology, as you know, has become more affordable as new developments have been made. So with the savings that we were able to realize, we also then provided high-end computing devices in 20 school labs. And one of the things that I'm really proud of is we also are moving to our Every Employee Connected initiative, which is a new initiative this year. And I thank Mr. Sethi for following through on this. But this aims to extend the useful life of devices and provide equitable access to all employees. We've redeployed over 2,000 devices to operational staff in transportation, food and nutrition services, and other teams who previously did not have a device to access email or professional development or training activities. And in fact, in some cases, we've purchased devices that, for example, I believe it's our interpreters that previously had to have their own devices as part of work. So I really want to applaud the hard work of our IT staff in making sure that we are providing laptops for all staff members to use. In April of 2023, as a response in particular to our military-connected families, and also families that are moving in because of change in work locations, we did pilot a new online student registration system, which we had not previously had in the division. We registered over 2,600 new students, and we are continuing to make that kind of our registration system. And I think that's really important because we want students, as soon as they know they're coming to Fairfax County, to feel welcome and be able to submit registration materials as soon as humanly possible. The Data Bites, our weekly dashboard for division leadership, you've had an opportunity to see what that looks like. And we've added School Pulse for our school leaders, and we're going to be forwarding department Data Bites as well. So there's just a whole new look to how we're using technology. Slide 8 talks about the infrastructure, which has been modernized, and you can see the data points here. I am a little bit in awe of all of this data, but when you think about over 17,600 wireless access points across 240 buildings, which allow us to simultaneously connect 300,000 devices. And we've done our AP exams, which are now online, and high-stakes testing through these wireless systems. I mean, that's a huge endeavor, and I just, again, really want to thank all of our many, many IT staff for this support. We've doubled our internet connectivity to support these demands of all of the online systems, the digital SAT, AP, SOLs, and other mandated requirements with nary a misstep. And when I think about, not to pile on, but when we think about the change management for the new FAFSA portal and all of the problems, I just really have to say that our team has piloted and taken seriously the responsibility and has done a great job. So slide 9, looking at key regulations around safe and secure computing environments. I also want to note that we continue to do cross-functional teams in AI. We have, I'll talk a little bit more about our safe and secure in computer environment around AI in a couple minutes, but we have done some regulation updates and are really trying to stay current. So I would encourage folks to take a look at those hyperlinks. Slide 10, again, we've talked about really trying to have interactive communication. Talking points continues to be more widely used, and we continue to utilize the Let's Talk portal for family and community communication. The Lightspeed parent portal is something that is fairly new. It's going to be, I believe, in all schools, Mr. Sethi, next year. So it's been piloted this year, and currently it does give families access to student internet activity. And as of May, as of this month, we have over 7,000, almost 8,000 parents that have created parent monitoring accounts, which enable parents to see where their students are exploring on division-issued devices. So, slide 11, again, talks a little about our policies that ensure technology resources are not used for commercial, political, or indecent purposes that might disrupt our learning environment. And we use a number of different internet filtering tools to ensure that our access is filtered and inappropriate access is blocked. So slide 12, I just want to close out item 4 by talking about the types of ways that we store information that protect against cyber threats. I think we've taken a number of measures to try to ensure our data is protected. I will also say some of our phishing expeditions, honestly, have been challenging for our staff, but they are best practice. I think, thank you, Ms. Karim. They are best practice, I'm told, but some of them have felt challenging, and so we're trying to really work with that tension on reminding and training and keeping staff safe without, and trying also to be thoughtful in how that occurs. Slide 13 talks about the artificial intelligence, ethical and appropriate boundaries and guidelines. We have a steering committee that's been formed, and the teams are actively training staff on basic AI literacy. As of April 2024, over 5,000 of our employees have participated in AI literacy training sessions, and the mid-year Department of Instructional Technology AI conference attracted over 800 employees in a single-day event. We'll also say that FCPS is updating student and family-facing resources. Cross-functional teams are exploring available AI tools where the terms of service permit use by students under the age of 18 to expand opportunities for students, and we are planning to expand learning opportunities next year in AI. There's academic guiding principles for generative AI have been provided to help support schools. And we're really looking at student access to AI tools within existing FCPS platforms such as Adobe and Canva, and adding generative AI features that will be available to students. Instructional Services has shared grades 6 through 12 AI literacy curriculum resources with educators and facilitated an educator innovator cohort that involves roughly 200 K-12 educators. They actually had a recent demonstration of lessons. So we have approximately, we also want to talk a little bit about assistive technology devices. Currently, we staff 32 assistive technology coaches across the division and have approximately 3,000 pre-K through 12th grade students who have accommodations on an IEP or 504 requiring assistive technology. We have speech-generating devices for augmentative and alternative communication, and those are provided by FCPS to over 1,600 students. So there's a significant amount of data as well around accessibility. The next part, item number 7 of the limitation shows or talks about staff training that has been provided, the digital citizenship lessons, which are really more and more important, device responsibility use, and our SBITs are trained on the ISTE standards for students. So the last item, number 8, really is around delivering transparent information. And I just want to highlight a couple of the ways we do that in the division. We have a technology support for families page, and we also provide information on a variety of platforms and password resetting. We also have Lightspeed Parent Portal that's lighting up, shall I say. And at this time, Mr. Chairman, this concludes the summary of the monitoring report for Executive Limitation 12 technology.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Mr. McElveen?
Thank you for the presentation. So I have several questions. We've talked before about our move to one-to-one computing, which Sloan and Mary Beth worked with the board 2018, 2019, and we were pretty specific about going with laptops as opposed to Chromebooks, right? Do you have a sense of the price of the new Chromebooks as compared to the Dell laptops?
Thank you for that question. I know we've had several spreadsheets on that. Mr. Sethi, can you answer that, please?
Yeah, I think it was mentioned in the presentation too that the new devices are coming in cheaper than the previous devices from the Windows to the Chrome laptops.
Okay, thank you for that. I'd like specifics. And I'd be eager to get statistics as well on how much breakage has occurred on Chromebooks. What I'm hearing from high schools is that, that they're going to have to buy new Chromebooks to account for the breakage that they're seeing. My second question is what accommodations are being made to ensure that students that have computer science classes have access to a Windows laptop as opposed to a Chromebook?
Yeah, we definitely continue to provide Windows devices which are available. We also upgraded the high-end labs in the schools so they can have much stronger computing power, especially when they move into high-end programming activities. So those are two opportunities which we continue to sustain and move forward with.
So now that we're at a point where everyone has a device, can you tell us why we're investing in new computer labs? Could it be that we can't just do everything with a Chromebook?
I think the high-end computer labs, and I will ask Mr. Sethi to respond, but I think where I've seen those, and now that I think about it, I haven't seen it here, but where I've seen them in other locations are, for example, architectural drawing, the CAD. I mean, there's certain, often video work or fine arts requires actually MacBooks, or I think what I used to see, my last division was an Apple division. But Mr. Sethi, do you want to share?
Certainly. I think some of the opportunities that come in, the previous Windows devices we had were basic configuration, which were great for word processing activities, but when we ended up doing any STEM or any other CTE coursework, they would be challenged in terms of processing power. They were basic devices, 4 gigs of RAM, very basic CPU, and the price points was somewhere in the range of 400. I think it was 420 or something in that price point. We get you firm numbers. These labs allow us to use AutoCAD and devices which the students can work in the building, but we have also enabled the opportunity for students to be able to use cloud computing technology. So when they're at home, they can continue to use things like AutoCAD if they're interested in participating in those programs.
The other program I know, like Annual, used to require something much more higher end, I guess, when you're doing publisher and that type of thing, but this isn't probably my best area of expertise.
Sure, yeah, I mean, just as commentary, I would say that I'm disappointed we're going back to computer labs when we're giving every student a computer. And then I've heard a lot about network outages that are happening during the school day, and that our providers have chosen to, network and cloud people have decided to make changes during the school day as opposed to after school. Do we have feedback?
So there's a couple of different things that happen, and given the size and scope of our infrastructure, some of the network outages we get typically end up being an activity where somebody ended up digging a cable out, and it was a construction activity, so teams move in to kind of repair that. We tend to get them more frequently, and it comes down to how much construction is going around our school buildings. The other activities are generally unplanned outages never ever will our teams do planned outages during the course of the day, because that is just not how we would want to run the operations and the infrastructure. Unplanned outages, unseen, unforeseen damage to our cabling infrastructure, which connects our schools to our central networking hubs, that kind of things generally take out some of the networks during the course of the day.
Okay, and last question for now is T-Specs. What is the future for T-Specs?
The future for T-Specs.
There are rumors out there about T-Specs.
And those are not the
Technical-
S-bits, right? They're the tech rumors about T-Specs.
I haven't heard the rumors about the T-Specs, but generally speaking, the amount of technology that is going into our buildings, and if you saw some of the previous goal reports, there's going to be needs for more technology in our schools, even if we start doing the remote programming activities where virtual learning may be happening, where you're in one school, but you're being supported by another building in terms of learning from a classroom teacher perspective. I think that work continues to grow. It shifts a little bit. It won't be the base level work where you are spending 4 days trying to build computers, because the new devices don't need to spend any time trying to build them, right? They're more like your iPhones, which means that when you open them, you type in your password, they're ready to go, but our Windows devices required a substantial amount of effort every year when we used to reset them and put them back in. So the T-Spec work is shifting, but the ability to engage at a higher level and use technology in more innovative ways to support instruction like virtual learning, connected classes, those would be great opportunities for our T-Specs.
Thank you.
Yep, you bet.
Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. This is hysterical over here. Couple of questions. One of the things that I noticed, and I thought this is really tremendous, is the employee connected, which you just talked about a little bit. Now, these devices were taken from the high school students and repurposed, or just any device altogether?
The current ones we use were the high school student devices, and we kind of sort through them to make sure the best devices are repurposed. And then the next batches are going to be, obviously, the middle school students are getting a new device next school year. So we will have another batch of them coming out. So if you keep using those cycles, we can potentially sustain, without spending any new dollars, 10 to 15,000 new devices for the employees who are not connected, which is about the count of staff who don't get devices from FCPS.
Sure, and I love that program, so thank you for putting that forward. Why I have a question is regarding just the e-waste, because we have, I see in your form here, there's 68,000 devices in high schools, 2,000 went into this program. What happened to the other 60,000? And I'm very generous at the math here.
Dr. Anderson, if you ever get out to the warehouse, there are pallets of these devices when we have been doing a recycle, which is part of where we got the idea to reuse some of these, but they're pallets that we surplus and sell, right?
Yeah, so certainly many of these devices do get into surplus and they get sold out for parts. Before they even get there, our teams, which we run out of Woodson, they take those pieces apart and use the parts and pieces for as long as we can. So if you get one computer, you can imagine it has at least 8 or 10 working parts in it. So they get repurposed to repair and maintain the existing fleet. So there's a lot of ingenuity and an ability to kind of extend. And at the end, when whatever's left over ends up going into the warehouse for recycling and sometimes for sale too. We have vendors who would come and buy it, but that runs through our procurement services.
Well, that's good to hear, because I was just concerned about how much potential waste we may have had. This report was particularly interesting to me. I don't know, is this our last one?
No, ma'am.
No, there's one more. I find these, no, I'm, so funny. I find these reports to serve two purposes.
Oh, tonight there's just one.
You guys are cutting into my time. I find these reports to really serve two purposes. There's the information piece. It was fascinating to hear what is going on in the in OCS, the Office of Cybersecurity. I think that's great for us to know a little bit more about, and I think it's great for the public to hear. So in terms of providing information, it really hit the nail on the head. Very, very helpful. Where I struggle is the piece that we're supposed to evaluate, the accountability piece, because the data for me is not as clear. And I will give you some examples of where it has been, and I'd like to see more, and where it isn't, and I think there's some opportunities there. Where it's clear, you talked about data centers moving to the cloud computing or cloud storage, moving from 211 servers to 211 servers from 339. I see the growth. I can evaluate that you're moving in the right direction, so I appreciate that. You talked, and also what I mentioned with the employee connected, talking points about data usage on page, I don't know what the page is, but you talked about how many messages were being sent. Over 25 from the year before to this current year. Again, it's very clear and easy for me to evaluate. Where I struggle is 17,600 wireless access points. I don't have any context for that. Is that good for an enterprise our size? Is that mid-size? I don't understand how to treat that data. And I'll take a go back, please.
So,
I mean, so the access points provide a fair sense of how many we have. If you think of an access point, it's like at a typical home, you would have one of those, which is the wireless router. For providing full coverage into our buildings, even in these rooms, you can see how many we have. 17,600 is just a general sense of the large infrastructure that we operate.
I understand the number. I just don't know, is that good? Or is more better? Is fewer? I don't know where we are on the continuum of this kind of access, this kind of
You'll have another opportunity as a go back.
One of the things that I think we talked about is we indicated that we have doubled our internet connectivity year over year. I didn't put it on the slide, but it was in my talking points. And I think the key infrastructure upgrades based on those 17,600, so maybe we'll just add that next time to it. I think it's in the actual report, rather than the presentation, but doubling the internet connectivity was a huge lift to make sure that we could seamlessly offer the digital SAT and SOLs this year for the first time, the SAT and AP.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Ms. Anderson.
Two things really fast. First, I can't advocate strongly enough for online registration, particularly for those families that are moving in, so I love that we're moving in that direction. The second thing that I wanted to talk about was on slide 14, where we're talking about AAC devices. You and I had, with several of our colleagues, had the opportunity to have an amazing day talking to some of our families related to AAC devices. And one of the things that I hear most often from them is that there's a disconnect. We're doing a good job, I think, of providing the actual device access, but it doesn't necessarily bleed over into the training related to how to integrate those pieces of technology into instruction. And so I can't think that that's the only place that that may be happening. So I just wanted to call attention to the fact that I'd love to see a stronger connection between how we're utilizing the devices, particularly for those students that are using it for their sole means of communication, to ensure that we have that integrated into instruction so that they can participate within the general education setting.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Ms. Lady.
Thank you. I just want to touch real quickly again on the Chrome books versus what we used to have before. I always said I don't speak Techlish, so I can't speak about all the layers of the technology, but I just know that I thought it was my understanding that they were going to retain a lot of the other laptops for our higher end AP and courses at the high school level, where the Chromebook was going to not allow them to do the things they needed to do. I don't know if we're doing that, but the one thing I really want to bring to light is I did hear earlier this year, and this may have been correct, I just want confirmation, that TJ students were supposed to be in Chromebooks next year. Can you please confirm that that's not going to happen to our TJ students, that they will actually continue to have their Dell computers?
So for the schools which need the courses to continue to have the Windows computers, we are giving them the Windows computers. For all of the high schools, we did bring in Chromebooks. So the schools can request, and next year they will continue to do so, and the year after that, because we will still have a fleet of the Windows devices that are coming off of rotations to continue to sustain that work.
Right, so can you confirm that TJ will continue using the devices that they've had?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the only other concern is this idea, I don't know if you've been in some of our overcapacity high schools, but we got rid of computer labs. I have no idea. They're classrooms now. I'm not sure how you're going to put those back in places like McLean or Chantilly or Centerville or these overcapacity high schools where we've gotten rid of them because we have one-to-one. And yes, we have CAD. We didn't get rid of those.
Right.
We didn't get rid of graphics. There's certain places where we didn't touch them. But, you know, the traditional computer labs we used to have, they're all classrooms now. So.
Right, and I think that's probably why we talked about only 20 of those labs, and we have 25 high schools. So there's not even, I don't know where you upgraded those, but I'm guessing they were not in every high school.
Yeah, so the design is not to install new labs. The design is to be able to provide high-end computing for the labs so they can refresh them. But as you just mentioned, we still leave the Windows devices with the schools who need to continue to do the work. Because some of the software that is running some of these, which also goes back to our curriculum and programming, if the curriculum and programming demand a software to be a specific type, and that curriculum is not getting written or refreshed because of state regulations and everything else for 10 years, technology moves much faster than curriculum in those cases. We hope that they will catch up because a large majority of school districts continue to use and grow towards Chromebooks because it simplifies management. It vastly reduces our cybersecurity risk. Windows devices are the most common devices that are hacked. Chromebooks they claim they have never been hacked, which is a good point to be at this point in time. So that's sort of the overall position for us to be in because student devices are 180,000 and trying to protect them even at a minimum cost is still a substantial cost.
Thank you. Mr. Dunn.
I just want to say how impressive this is. I remember being in meetings many years ago where there was talk of getting to one-to-one, I think, just for high schools. So the fact we have it universally is a great thing and a great accomplishment. Of course, there's a huge cost associated with that we didn't used to have. We have a lot of Wi-Fi access points, but I feel like whenever I'm in the schools, the Wi-Fi never works on my phone. It's just like dead. So is there...
So if it's cellular signals, surprising and contrastingly, cellular signals in our buildings, because they were built back then, which were bunker houses, plus we don't put towers next to our school buildings traditionally. Cell phone signals tend to be really, really weak inside the buildings. The Wi-Fi should work, and it may just be a configuration on the phone issue. If we need to do that, we can certainly fix that.
Okay. I think this report is great, I mean, across the board, but what it reflects, generally, if you just take a step back, is more and more and more, right? And then we're bringing AI. And, you know, I was just, as a dad, I was just looking at iPads for all the K through 2, and I was just wondering, do these kids ever not, are they ever not on a screen? And you know, there's been conversations at the work session elsewhere about, you know, kids don't have social skills, so they'll order outside the Starbucks and then go in and pick up the mobile rather than just going in and having a conversation. Has there been any thought to reducing the amount of screens and increasing human interaction?
It's a great question. Either Mr. Sethi or Dr. Presidio could respond to that. I know that has been a concern for sure.
Yeah, and I think there's sometimes a misconception about how frequently students are on their devices at the primary grades in particular. I mean, when I visit classrooms, they're typically not on their devices. The reason we have those devices is there are particular applications that can really personalize the learning experience and target things that are skill specific based on individual student needs. But the majority of the time, particularly at the primary grade, students are not on their devices as the primary means of instruction.
I know that there's a number of software that is used in our schools that can provide individual learning plans and pathways. But, you know, speaking with students, you know, their perception, at least they tell me, is that they're not effective. Are there studies of the software systems we use to determine that they actually are effective? And
yeah, now we have a lot of digital resources in what we call our digital ecosystem library. So again, we don't evaluate the hundreds of different programs that, you know, students might use for, you know, 15 minutes over the course of a month or something, right? But the programs that are more high usage, like our Lexia program, we have student achievement data that we can track and monitor and look at student growth based on, you know, those types of programs, and we do see good benefits from those. But again, I mean, our ecosystem is so large, we don't have the capacity to do that for every, you know, resource that teachers have access to.
so the high volume programs, you are able to validate that students are actually achieving measurable gains from using them, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Mr. Moon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given the hours, just briefly, a couple of questions. I think earlier in the evening you said that AI is the future, but I think AI is now. I'm glad that you also provide additional information regarding how we prepare, how we work with, our students work with AI. But would you be able to provide, I guess in the next year's report, some data and more information about how use of AI is helping teaching and learning, how it is bringing more efficiency to our school system's operation, and whether there is any policy consideration the school board need to pay closer attention to. I think that efficiency might also, you know, touch upon whether we are saving money by using AI. We are, in terms of teaching and learning, whether our student achievement is going up or going down, going flat. I mean, those information will be very helpful. You know, at the recent conference that I attended, and the book recently I read, it talked about how AI can be not only help our teachers in developing their lesson plans, but also can act as graders and tutors, and even as co-teachers. I don't want AI to replace our teachers, but I want to see how we can have our teachers have a best out of the use of AI, and students as well. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Ms. Anderson. Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. The registration, it says that parents are able to start it electronically. How do they complete it?
Well, they should be able to also complete it. There is a part of it they come in person, but Mr. Sethi, do you want to outline where we are? I mean, ideally, I would like them to be able to finish the process.
No, they do
online.
finish it. The process starts and can finish in the system. Obviously, a school registrar is going to review all the data that comes in. They can see all the uploaded documents and then approve the final registration. There are in certain circumstances, as is with any of registrations, when they could be referred to go to our central registration offices for evaluations and things of those nature. Other than that, the process system can take all the data. You can upload all your paperwork in there, and that will get processed by the school.
So families, if they're military particularly and are not local, they can complete their entire registration virtually?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful. Another piece that I wanted to talk about, bear with me while I find my page here. There's a section here where you talked about light speed. I thought I heard you say that light speed is now becoming available. I thought that was available about 3 years ago.
So to clarify, there's two parts. There's a lot of light speed parts to our ecosystem. The parent portal, which has been available but has been ramping up, the most recently we purchased or at least piloted with many of our schools the ability for teachers to control student devices when they're in the classroom setting. I think we had heard feedback where certain points the technology can get out of hand and the teachers can't go and actually, they can stand and certainly do the management of the classroom, but the Lightspeed Classroom portal, which teachers now have access to, and next year we'll purchase it centrally so schools don't have to pay for a pilot, will give teachers access to manage the student devices within the building. So when they're in their class, they can see what the students are doing. They can say, okay, everybody switch to this website so we can talk about the lesson and engage with them, or even manage their digital distractions direct from the teacher's laptop.
And that's the pilot this year?
That's the pilot we did this year. Next year, it has been a huge success. Teachers have loved it. They said that it's helped them manage the classroom much, much more efficiently. So next year, we're going to buy it and make sure every teacher has access to it. There's some amount of training that goes with it, but it's not a heavy lift.
That's great growth. As I was talking about the talking points usage, this was a data set that was very helpful to me. It showed me what we had last year and where we are right now. I like that comparison of one year over the other, so as much as you can include that in here, I would appreciate it. But I did have a question regarding something that you helped to implement when you first got here, which is the audio feature on FCPS websites. Again, very useful for our parents who may not be able to read the information that's provided there. Have you captured any data regarding its usage?
Ms. Hall, do we have any data regarding that usage, or Mr. Sethi?
I apologize. I was just looking for something on the computer. Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes, the audio feature that is on the websites, have you captured any data that talks about its usage from our community?
I don't believe we've tracked it in terms of, we can see if we can get that data. Gautam, I think we can get that.
Yeah, I think we might be able to extrapolate because there is some amount of charge that comes back. It's a cloud service. So we can probably extrapolate based on the costs and get back with some data.
I think that would be very helpful. So, because that's something we've invested in, and I'd like to know, are people finding it helpful? Are people even using it? My last thing is, here you talked about how there is FCPS one-on-one transformation is being achieved without incurring significant increases. For me, that's a subjective term. Can we get the numbers that would lead any of us to determine whether or not those increases have been significant or not?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And I think that is my last inquiry. Oh, and also Schoology. You also referred to that as a data point where parents are utilizing it this year. You offered some single usage and overall. What was it last year? Are we seeing growth?
Yeah, we can pull historical data and try and get that to you.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I now call on Mr. McElveen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The computer turned off. I move that the school board finds that the superintendent has made adequate progress toward compliance with executive limitation number 12, technology. I further move that the school board approve the monitoring report based on the superintendent's reasonable interpretation of executive limitation 12, technology, as outlined in the strategic governance manual.
Thank you, Mr. McElveen. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Anderson. Mr. McElveen, would you like to speak to your motion?
Nothing further.
Ms. Anderson, would you like to speak to your second?
No, thank you.
Mr. Moon? All right. Seeing no others wishing to speak, we will call for a vote for the motion which is on the screen. All those in favor? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Mr. Dunn, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Mr. Moon, myself, and Ms. St. John Cunning. Opposed? Mr. McElveen and Dr. Anderson. Abstentions? Will the clerk read the vote?
The vote is 9-2 with Mr. McDaniel away from the table.
All right, the motion passes. All right. At this point, we would typically take a 10-minute recess, but I'd like to suggest that people can fill out the form and submit it at their leisure as normal. But we just had a recess before this, believe it or not. So we will continue on without objection. All right. Agenda item 7.01, policy review technology EL 12. The next order of business is the policy review for executive limitation 12, technology EL 12. Following the board's vote in September 2023 and our vote at our February 8th, 2024 regular meeting, each year the board will review each of the 13 executive limitations at the time of the monitoring report is provided to determine if any revisions are needed moving forward. The board may also review any of the executive limitations at any time change is needed. At that time, board members may provide comments on executive limitation 12 technology to determine if any revisions are needed. At this time, I see no one seeking recognition, so I call on Mr. Moon for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the school board maintains executive limitation 12, technology, as it is currently detailed in the strategic governance manual.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Dunn. Mr. Moon, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, sir.
Mr. Dunn, would you like to speak to your second?
No, thank you.
All right. Seeing no others, the motion is on the screen. We will now take a vote. All those in favor? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Mr. McElveen, Ms. Lady, Ms. Marin, Mr. Dunn, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Dixit, Mr. Moon, Ms. St. John Cunningham, and myself. That is unanimous. Agenda item 8.01, academic matters. I call on Dr. Reed, and I apologize profusely that you've had to wait this long. I had no idea that's why you were here. I'm very sorry.
They're here for the next item.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How about we do strategic plan update before academic matters? All right. I feel like we've invited you to a slumber party. All right, Dr. Reed.
What is your pleasure? Which?
I'm going to let you make an executive decision based on what your staff is telling you.
I think they want to see the academic matters.
Right.
Yeah, see, that's, I will tell you, we have amazing staff here, and I just, anyhow, academic matters. We're going to be relatively quick, but this is critically important. In late breaking news, we're going to talk about the new SOL family reports coming out very shortly. And Dr. Presidio and his team really provided some outstanding slides. So, as we look at a focus on through-year growth for grades 3 to 8, this will be the new parent report coming from the Virginia Department of Education, which has a focus on viewing growth across the school year. So the intent of this, and we're hoping that the timing will improve in the coming years, but the intent of this is to be able to have an assessment fall, winter, and then spring so that parents and students and staff can see the growth in the content area. It's designed to give this year long, and it should tie together our Virginia scores with our standards of learning. So we're really excited about the possibility of this vertical scaled score being similarly scaled for fall, winter, spring, and it should, the line graph you see that every parent will receive will be able to enable a through-year growth pattern and note the level of support that each score represents. So, secondly, the line graph in the new SOL parent report uses a key for each vertical scaled score. This denotes a general level of readiness and potential support needs. So these vertical scaled scores range from a low of 900 to a high of 2,000. Based on a statistical analysis, the VDOE staff have identified 3 vertical scaled score bands for each reading and math test. And I know this is a lot for those of you at home that are still watching, but do take a close look at this. And there's a lot of information here that we want to make sure that students and families are able to access. One of the things is that these score bands describe the student's likely level of readiness to successfully access the content standards in their next reading or math course. and their anticipated need for academic support in the upcoming school year. So we know these scores are just one data point that reflects the performance on a single day, and these scores are meant to be used alongside a lot of other available data, report cards, other assessments, and teacher formative and summative assessments. At the same time, the readiness and support levels in this report may help families prioritize the type of the support they want for their students' academic progress. So as we think about understanding these results, grades 3 through 8, we have a new Fairfax County Public School webpage, which gives families information and resources to respond to their students' reports. And I really am thrilled that our Chief Academic Office and Chief Experience and Engagement Office, it was important that we had a landing page for our Fairfax families prior to these state reports coming out. So I'm thrilled to share that this webpage introduces and supports understanding of the framework used for standard of learning report cards in elementary and middle school, and features information on making sense of test scores and other information using a question and answer format. The webpage also points families to resources that can help them plan for supporting their students' ongoing learning at home. And with summer coming up, we want to make sure that if you're watching at home, students and family, check out this webpage because it's going to provide a lot of opportunities for fun and engaging learning this summer. And the last slide is a focus on accessibility. Has targeted reports, official scores, and multiple delivery modes. The reporting model utilizes SIS parent view as well for all families who have accounts and those eager to develop their accounts. We continue to improve accessibility of the parent view platform, and our school and central office staff continue to facilitate opportunities for families to get signed up. For families who do not yet have SIS or parent view accounts, reports are distributed from the student's school or sent by U.S. mail to the family's home address. We're really hopeful that this information gets out to families, and we're doing everything we can to make sure families understand the information, and that is Academic Matters.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Dr. Anderson.
Just really 3 quick questions. Last year, we were also talking about a new video e-report, and that never materialized.
Well, I think there's been a timing challenge because the what they call interim assessments, we didn't get the results till too late to actually act on those. But Dr. Presidio, insights into the new yet again reports?
Yeah, no, these are going to be distributed in the month of June. So right around the corner, families will be receiving these reports.
That's why this is late-breaking news.
Okay, so this is actually happening.
Yeah.
So we had those interim assessments throughout this year to inform the report to be provided in June?
We did, yeah. If a student was enrolled in the state of Virginia, schools in the state of Virginia, those scores would be available. If they were enrolled all year, they took the fall assessment, the winter assessment, and then the spring assessment.
Okay, so those were the Virginia growth assessments?
That's
Yes,
correct.
ma'am.
Okay, so it's not a new assessment that's going to feed this, so I don't think I need to ask my other 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Mr. Moon.
Mr. Chairman, just one quick question for clarification. This is something new to me, so you're going to have to educate me on this one. So for winter and springtime, it's all state, using the state assessment tools?
Yes, sir. Online.
Online, every grade, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. All right, seeing no others, we'll move on. Thank you very much. For the moment,
We've all been waiting for.
you've all been waiting for. Agenda item 8.02, strategic plan update. I call on Dr. Reed for the update.
Thank you, Mr. Frisch. And I would like to call our team up to answer any questions that they might, that you might have, because this is really an exciting part of our update. We really want to talk about our laser focus on the alignment of our strategic goals, and we've been sharing early implementation stages all year. This evening, in our strategic planning update, we're going to talk about our Grow Your Own Teacher program, and we are so thrilled about that. Just a reminder that this would be Pillar C, diverse, adaptive, and supported workforce. And the work of this program impacts student success in all 5 goals of the pillar. So our Grow Your Own program helps current employees become licensed special education teachers. And what we can say is that, in particular, our special education teacher workforce is one that we are really recruiting heavily and hoping to retain. Federal data shows that 21% of public schools were not fully staffed in special education at the start of this school year, and we continue to think and work innovatively to provide the best instructor in front of every one of our classrooms. So, one such innovation is a Grow Your Own, and this slide talks a little bit about the different pathways. And essentially, we've got 3 pathways. Annie, do you want to talk about these just a little bit, or?
Certainly. Thank you, Dr. Reed. By the way, I'm Annie Dipert, Senior Manager for System-Wide Professional Development. Good evening. So we do have 3 pathways for our Grow Your Own Teacher pathways. Employees who are coming to the division as perhaps new hires or paraprofessionals with an eligible bachelor's degree can join a licensure and master's degree program at George Mason University. We support them through that. If they have a transferable associate's degree, they can join our bachelor's degree program, getting a dual licensure at James Madison University. If they do not have a degree, we support them as they achieve their associate's degree, and then they can join the pathway for a bachelor's degree at James Madison University.
So exciting. So exciting. All right, our Grow Your Own support. When do you want to take that? Bob?
Thank you, Board. My name is Bob Hamill. I overlook the program. So the Grow Your Own Support Program offers a 50-50 tuition sharing model with the candidates, where FCPS pays for 50% of the tuition while the candidate pays the other 50%. We also provide instructional coaching with the candidates for 2 years or more, depending on the candidate's needs. We develop a cohort model, so the candidates are going through the cohort together. They're developing the relationships with the teachers, and they're able to bounce ideas off of each other. We also tailor and develop targeted professional development that is based off of the teacher's needs. And so each time we offer it, it looks different. One of the main things that I do is I offer the career counseling and advice to the program. So I'm supporting candidates from the start of the pipeline to the end of the pipeline. This is crucial, especially in our bachelor's degree program. As you can imagine, when transcripts come in with all different credits from all over the world, we have to do our best to work with that candidate to figure out what they need so they can become a licensed teacher. And then, of course, this has allowed us to enhance our partnership with George Mason University, James Madison University, and Northern Virginia Community College.
So certainly. So the program began in 2022 when an idea kind of came to a group of us. It was one of the specialists in human resources, myself, and somebody in DSS, and we had a successful ESSER 3 pilot program. And of course, you know that ESSER 3 is sunsetting, but we have been able to identify some blended funding approaches so that we can continue the program going forward. We are celebrating here in a couple of weeks the first set of graduates, 41 people who have graduated in the 23-24 school year. Yes, we should be celebrating those individuals. So you'll be introduced to some of them here shortly. I think we've got a video to show. I'm not quite sure where it is in the program.
Well, it's next.
There we go.
All right.
Try to keep it amped up, ready to go.
All right.
Through the Office of Professional Learning, Fairfax County Public Schools offers aspiring teachers a supported pathway to become a fully licensed special education teacher. Whether a paraprofessional or a teacher trainee, the Grow Your Own program provides the resources, such as financial assistance and special education instructional coaches, to grow and retain special education teachers within the division. The Grow Your Own program built a special education teacher pipeline with multiple entry points, from a bachelor's degree at James Madison University to a master's degree at George Mason University. Fairfax County Public Schools provides a 50-50 tuition sharing program.
FCPS pays 50% of my tuition, which is a great relief for me because I am a single parent, and so I have a daughter who is also attending community college. So having that tuition benefit is very, very helpful for my budget.
Teachers in the Grow Your Own program benefit from personalized guidance from special education instructional coaches. These instructional coaches design and deliver professional development in the areas of lesson planning, data collection, behavior management, and more.
My instructional coach is like my everything. Having an instructional coach helps me to figure out how can I be more effective. And she basically comes based on my schedule, which is awesome. Being able to have a coach that is a safe space. I know Miss Joanna, when she comes to sit with me, she's not only looking to see how I'm doing as a teacher, but how I'm doing as a person. She can always tell when I'm feeling overwhelmed, and so I feel I can actually tell her exactly what's going on.
Teachers in the cohort get to collaborate with a supported group of fellow aspiring teachers throughout the Grow Your Own program.
The cohort means you have the same students with you throughout your program. So we've gotten to know each other. We work on group projects together. So it's you don't even feel like a student with them. It's more like family.
The Grow Your Own program boasts a strong record of helping participants achieve their licensing goals. To date, 130 candidates have been accepted into the program with a success rate of 92.3%.
Was sacked by the Mongol Empire.
Yes, that is. In the beginning, when I thought about student success, I was thinking about just their grades. But having been in the program, they've made me see other ways I could assess their success. So I know some students at the beginning of the year, they didn't want to engage in discussion. They kind of left it to the other student. But now those same students are opening up. They are raising their hand. You can really see the success, not just in grades, but the students' growth itself.
Excellence, equity, and opportunity.
All right. That's it, and we're happy to answer any questions, and just big thank you for staying, and Jay Nako as well back there this evening or Friday morning, I guess.
You'll be with us a little while longer. We got about half the board for you. Miss Anderson.
I have one tiny thing to say, so my colleagues don't kill me. Are we capturing these folks while they're at JMU on breaks and things like that for sub possibilities? Because there are already kids that have shown interest in subbing, so I'm just wondering whether or not we're getting them set up before they go off into the, because I know creating that sub pool is a big deal.
The current candidates that are in our bachelor's program are current paraprofessionals already hired within the county.
Right. I was looking at those other two options where you've got kids that are going, or you've got different people that are going off to JMU. Or that's all still included?
So the JMU program is a virtual program, and
Gotcha.
so it is candidates. Same thing with NVCC. They are candidates that are already paraprofessionals within the division.
Okay.
But we are working with Northern Virginia Community College to find a way to get into the Intro to Education course, which is the Ed 200, to start to talk about the benefits that FCPS offers.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Dr. Anderson.
First of all, yay. Thank you so much for all of that work, and thank you for your enthusiasm. It mentions here that you could have various entry points. So the employees that are studying who do not have a degree, how long does it take them to get to the point where they can be a certified teacher? That has to be more than 2 to 3 years.
It is. So NVC, an associate's degree, typically, if you're a working professional, is going to take you probably, it's going to take 2 years, but that's going to be your full summers across that probably 2.5 years, and then the same would be true for the JMU piece. It is full time during the summers and then your evenings. They really do a good job. George Mason, JMU, they do a really good job of scheduling the coursework to compact it in a way for working professionals. So like JMU, the program is 2.5 years. It's 60 credit hours, but they managed to fit it into the 2.5 years for working professionals. NVCC is also working really closely with not only us, but other school divisions to do these programs for working professionals. So NVCC is also about 2.5 years for the associate's degree.
So it's a lot of years, and we do the matching. What is the commitment that we are requiring of these individuals once they complete their degrees?
So George Mason, it's a 3-year commitment after they complete the program. I think JMU, we're also asking for 3 years also, and we're a little bit looser with the NVCC, which is currently 1 year for 1 year.
Oh, I see. Thank you. And my last question is regarding funding, since this was started and piloted with ESSER 3 funds. How are we currently resourcing this initiative?
So for this year going forward, Marcy, do you want?
Sure, I'm happy to answer that question. So we have the remaining ESSER funds to carry us through for this year, and then we've identified some Title IIA grant dollars as a part of that, as well as existing operating dollars that look at tuition reimbursement that we're tapping into, and some of our enhancement plan for students with disabilities funding. So it's a combination of funds.
Okay, so it's multiple streams. Do we have a cap as to how many we can accept based, of course, on the available funding? How many teachers does that afford us? Or potential teachers does that afford us?
I believe we have 47 starting in the fall with the existing funds we've identified. I'm looking at Annie to make sure that number's correct.
That'd be correct.
And that's our cap, 47?
I think we can take it a titch higher than that currently with the existing funds. That's correct, but that's about it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Ms. Dixit.
First of all, this is a great pilot program, and I believe it's going to be very successful in the years to come. What percentage of our, shortage it's addressing, and how long is going to take us to, get over that hump where we are very short staff in special needs?
I think that we're also doing special education teacher career fairs, hiring earlier. It's going to be a combination of strategies. This strategy alone is not going to address the shortage in teachers for special education. But we do, with 41 graduates this spring, that's 41 more teachers that we'll have in the fall than we had previously. So I think Mr. Smith, as we get clear about our data for hiring for the fall, we'll be able to have better numbers for you, but we have multiple strategies.
Are we considering opening this to non-FCPS employees to just get students, in colleges and just give them this path and recruit them right from high school to associate degree?
So that was kind of what Bob was referencing, is that students who are attending Northern Virginia Community College just generally, who might be interested in pursuing education, would take the EDU 200 or the EDU 250, and NVCC has invited us to come into those classes and speak on kind of how to be a teacher or what it's like to be a teacher, which we are looking at as somewhat of a recruitment tool where we could say, oh, by the way, if you would join FCPS, you can be a full-time employee and you can access these tuition benefit programs, right? So it's kind of one of the ways in which we thought we might be able to encourage, because every time we offer this GYO program to a paraprofessional as a part of the pipeline, what we're doing is we're taking a paraprofessional and we're providing a career growth into the classroom. We have to find a way to backfill the paraprofessional. And so in a dream world, right, we would be taking high school students and providing them, making them paraprofessionals, and then taking them all the way to the finish line that way. But
my last, the suggestion would be, and it's a lot of international students are in GMU and in VCC, and there is, after they get the degree, they can do OPT visa, and that's, the college provides that, not the school. They can work and in the community, like school system or any job, And then there is a H1 track for them too. So again, if we don't have any other creative ways, this is something to look into. And I think Dr. Reed, in Texas, I saw on one of they're doing that, and they're creating, doing visa sponsorship for the teachers.
Yes, ma'am. We are exploring visa sponsorship. I know we've met, I know Mr. Foster and his team is working on that with HR. And we have actually several teachers right now in the division that are requesting that support.
Thank you, Ms. Dixit. Mr. Dunn.
If all ESSER funding goes away and we just pay for this ourselves, how much does it cost per teacher?
So, Mr. Dunn, I can answer that question. It's approximately $10,000 is the tuition cost for the teachers who are completing the program.
Per year?
In total.
And that's over 3 years per?
So it's $10,000 for the total program, so it's divided over 3 years, so $3,300 per year per candidate, more or less.
That's remarkably cost effective. Is this based on programs elsewhere, or did you just create this? Is this the first program of its kind nationwide, or?
There are a number of options for tuition reimbursement and how do I want to say, it is late. Tuition reimbursement and then service expectation, I guess we'll call it that.
Yeah, there's like teacher residency.
Right, teacher residency programs.
A hybrid kind of thing.
Right. There are also a number of divisions, even in the Commonwealth here in Virginia, that help pay for advanced degrees for teachers or for principals in exchange for, you know, that apprenticeship time or the commitment time. And I just think that it makes a lot of sense because sometimes we are also spending tuition on sort of more randomized professional development. This is pretty focused and strategic. So I think it's a good investment, and I think Title II Part A monies are for professional development, so that is their purpose. I think the special ed enhancement plan piece of it is not a significant amount of money, and it's not a permanent source. I think that was around trying to get our numbers up quickly, but I think that it is a modest sum of money that by and large we're going to look at Title II Part A and some general fund monies.
Well, I hope you pursue, you know, appropriate awards or recognition for you know, the leadership shown here, because it sounds really great and it sounds a little bit different from what you described generally. I applaud the focus on special education. Is there any thought to expanding it beyond special education?
I think we could expand it to a variety of topics. I think right now the team, we're looking at our highest need staffing, which is our special education. I think as we think about computer science or other advanced mathematics, I think our partnerships with industry and partnerships at the university level are going to provide assets in those areas as well.
Thank you. I have a friend who participated in something that sounded similar. It was also in a cohort with GMU. It wasn't focused on special education, though. It was through FCPS. But she reported it got discontinued. Somehow the cohort got dissolved or discontinued last year. So I wonder if you could comment on that at all?
I'm not sure what we dissolved last year, Ms. Neal.
Nothing is coming to mind, but we can do some investigating on that, Mr. Dunn.
Not necessary, just wondering. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Mr. Moon?
Just a couple of things quickly. One of the questions has been already asked by Mr. Dunn, but you know, I want to add my support to look into areas other than just special education. You mentioned, you know, computer science, maybe high-level math, and etc. I do not know whether we have employees on the wait list to get in.
Not currently.
Okay, so we have a sufficient funding to provide the opportunity to all those employees who want to pursue this at this point.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I do think, though, as you're talking about it, I was in a classroom this week at an elementary school where they were doing kindergarten counting to 100 in sign language. And I think we may have teachers that, as we look at ASL as a shortage, we might look at some of these unique positions we're looking for and offer the same type of programming. So I think the work that Jay and Bob and Annie have done is it's remarkable, and I think it's, transformational for us.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Ms. Marin.
I have one question, which is how can we best refer people to the program?
We are up at all hours.
Because I often am asked about pathways, and I don't know where to send people.
Yeah, clearly we burn the midnight oil, right? Actually, we do have a shared inbox, teacherpathways.opl@fcps.edu. We can provide that back so that everybody has it and
That would be great.
Can email us. Yep.
Thank you. I have two comments. One is, Dr. Reed, it would be really interesting to see a comparison of the results from the Teach for Tomorrow program as compared to the Grow Your Own, to see if, are they completing at the same rate or just, strategies that could be shared, because from what I recall, the Teach for Tomorrow program has sort of a lower turnout in general. So I'm curious about that. And the other thing, it's related, but I do want to say for teachers who I have a constituent she was a teacher at got her degree from one of the best colleges in America, but that was 30 years ago. She was out of the field, then she's been an IA. She doesn't have a pathway to get a license. And so I'm wondering, she's basically being asked to redo all of her bachelor degree work or something. I'm not articulating it perfectly. But so I guess my question is, for people who perhaps have a gap, who were teachers, have a gap, have a bachelor's degree in teaching, and maybe even a master's, again, these are the kinds of questions I get about how can someone of that experience stay and not have to recomplete half their college degree. So I know it's a little bit out of your lane, but I raise it for Dr. Reed's consideration, and if there's another iteration of this, perhaps that could be part of it.
Mr. Smith?
I would ask anyone who's in that position to contact our Human Resources Office, the Office of Talent Acquisition, our licensure senior manager, Sadiqa Turner. She has amazing resources and has actually helped many employees and many wanting to get back into teaching figure out that pathway for licensure in the most direct way.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I think some of the challenges lie at the state level and what they require. I think the staff has been helpful, but the block is the state. So I would like to know more about that and if the board can help with that work.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. And thank you so much for spending your evening and your morning, good morning, with us. Agenda item 9. Thank you, Dr. Reed.
Yep.
Consent agenda. Our adopted rules of parliamentary procedure, Robert's rules, provide for a consent agenda listing several items for approval of the board by a single motion. Many items listed have gone through board review, and documentation has been provided to all board members and the public in advance. Items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of a board member prior to the meeting. The consent agenda items are on the screen. Is there any objection to approving the consent agenda? Seeing and hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. Agenda item number 10, new business. The following are new business agenda items. There will not be a vote on these items this evening, but action is scheduled for a future meeting. Agenda item 11, committee reports. I call on Mr. McElveen for an audit committee report.
Not tonight.
Thank you. I call on Ms. Sizemore Heiser for a governance committee report.
Is it too soon to say Mr. McDaniel already shared it?
Probably too soon.
She'll be here all week. Try the ZD. Public Engagement Committee, Ms. Anderson.
We are continuing to work on getting the Community Advisory Committee operating manual ready for vote, and so we're hard at work.
Thank you. Agenda item number 12, board matters. Without objection, we will skip board matters. Seeing no... All right, Mr. Moon, go ahead with your board. I'm just kidding. There was a faux
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There was a faux objection. All right, at 12:49 a.m., this meeting is adjourned.
Good morning.